Recording in progress.
On behalf of Dr. Tony Nader and all of the remarkable presenters you're going to be hearing from today, I want to thank you for joining us for this extraordinary gathering on the power of caring. Today, you're going to hear from some of the world's most respected authors, teachers, scientists, and visionaries. Although they come from many different backgrounds and disciplines, they all point to one timeless truth: caring has the power to transform lives. When we truly care for ourselves, for one another, and for our world, we unlock greater health, deeper happiness, more meaningful relationships, and extraordinary human potential. Throughout today's programs, you'll hear inspiring stories, practical wisdom, and profound insights into how caring can change our homes, our schools, our communities, and ultimately our whole world. After each presentation, Dr. Nader will join our speakers for a brief conversation, helping us connect these ideas to our own lives and the science and experience of higher consciousness. Thank you for being here. Your presence matters. So let's begin. And now it's my honor to introduce a man, you could say, who needs very little introduction to so many of you, Dr. Tony Nader, physician, scientist, and global leader of the Transcendental Meditation Organization, to share some few words about his new book, The Power of Caring.
Thank you, Bob. It's such a joy to be with you and all the amazing personalities that are joining us today. I want to thank them already, even before we start. Thank them for thinking to be with us, for being with us, for all the caring they have given throughout their lives, every one of them, to make the world a better place. And every one of them indeed has written, taught, gathered in meetings, did webinars and seminars and podcasts, all about different aspects of what I would call caring. Caring from a deep level, from an inner ground, that allows caring to be smooth, effortful, and in which both the giver and the receiver are fulfilled. So thank you all already before we join, and thank you for all those who are joining, who will be with us, who will look at the book, who will think about caring, who care because we all care about small things sometimes and about bigger things other times. And caring is so fundamental in life because we care to breathe, we care to eat, we care to live, we care to love, we care to be healthy, we care to be well, we care to see others getting well, we care to see our world, our environment being supportive, being positive, being great, so that life can be lived in fullness and wholeness. We do care on so many levels. Actually, every desire we have, every thought we have gets us into this feeling of something we care to do, something we want to do. And when I have seen that people care sometimes to an extent where they get overwhelmed, they get overburned, they get even in a traumatic situations, and some of them, because they've been hurt through caring, they withdraw from it and they sit on the side, and then life becomes an isolation. And when I've been asked so many times about, is there somebody in this universe who cares? Does the universe itself cares? How can we understand all of that? I thought, based on the great knowledge that I have received from the huge tradition that has given the knowledge of integration of life, particularly with Maharishi Mahesh Yogi's teaching and all the research that has been done around transcendental meditation and about understanding mind, body, and consciousness and their relationships and the priority of consciousness, because we live everything through our consciousness. it was an inspiration for me to share with everyone how caring can be done wisely, how caring can be done in a way that supports us, that is sustainable, that allow us to create in life steps of progress, of evolution, so that our life becomes meaningful and continues to be meaningful at every step of our undertaking. So it's my joy from a scientific, philosophical, spiritual perspective to be with you and to thank you again and thank all the organizers of this wonderful day and all those who have helped to get the book together, the publishing house and all of those who have looked at the book and have given their comments and have given some edits, to be today together celebrating something that I feel can be truly helpful in all aspects of life and for all levels of undertaking. So it's a great time. Thank you, Bob, for being the master of ceremonies on this. And it's my joy to welcome again, as we go along, all the great people that have accepted to be with us on this extravaganza.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Nader. That's a wonderful orientation and opening and welcoming. And here's the book that Dr. Nader is talking about, The Power of Caring, Who Cares, Why It Matters, and How Conscious Caring Creates a Fulfilling and Connected Life. And our first presenter is a dear friend, Janet Attwood. She has spent more than 3 decades helping people answer one of life's most important questions: what truly matters most to me? Janet Attwood has inspired hundreds of thousands of people to discover that living in alignment with our deepest passions makes life more meaningful, joyful, and fulfilling. She is a New York Times bestselling author, co-author of The Passion Test, and co-founder of the Passion Test Certification Program, which has trained more than 5,000 facilitators in over 65 countries. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Janet Attwood as she shares the courage to care about what matters most. Janet.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here and so honored to be with Dr. Nader. Thank you. So I've been really thinking a lot about this talk. And, for more than 25 years, I have had the privilege of traveling around the world sharing 3 ideas that have shaped my life: the power of passion, the importance of self-love, and the importance of meditation. And I have always taught that self-love is really about self-acceptance. And it's about accepting who we are, not someday when we've improved ourselves or healed ourselves or, lost the weight, made the money, found the relationship, or finally gotten our lives together. But self-love begins when we can look at ourselves exactly as we are in this moment and just say, well, I may not be perfect. I may still be growing, but I will no longer abandon myself. I will no longer abandon myself. I believed, and I still believe, that the moment we stop rejecting ourselves, our lives begin to change. But as I read Dr. Tony Nader's beautiful and such a timely book, The Power of Caring, I realized something so profound, that self-acceptance is not the destination, it's the doorway. It's the doorway. I mean, it was such a kaboom. And the moment I truly accept myself, something extraordinary begins to happen. My heart softens. I become gentler with myself. I become more forgiving of my mistakes. I become way more compassionate toward my imperfections and more patient with my growth and more understanding of the hidden pain behind my own behavior sometimes. And as I become kinder to myself, I naturally become kinder to others. In other words, I begin to care. So I wanted to share a story today that really says it even better, because it was a defining moment for me. So a few years ago, I was in Finland. I was speaking at a conference, And I had spoken on many stages over those years, but this day I felt very different. I don't know why, I just did. And well, one of the reasons was because it was the first time I was going to speak publicly about self-love to an audience of nearly 1,000 people. And I had my papers. I was like, everything felt wrong, off. I wasn't sure where to start. I was really untogether, and I was so anxious and really felt out of my body. And there was this dancer that had gone on before me, this break dancer, and he had opened. It was phenomenal. And I looked over at him and I said, "Go on." And he said, "What?" And I said, "Would you please go on and do some break dancing for a few minutes and warm up this audience for me?" And he looked at me and he blurted out, "What? Like, what are you doing? You're giving me, part of your speaking time?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm not ready. I'm just not ready." And when he finished, I took this long breath and I walked onto the scary stage and I looked out at nearly 1,000 fins, and my legs were shaking, my mouth was dry, my heart was beating. And I just began with one simple question. All right, how many of you would like more love in your life? And thank you, God, every hand went up. At least I thought every hand went up, because something happened that completely took me off balance right after I said that. From the middle of the room, this tall, skinny guy stands up and he looks out at me and he yells, "I want to kill myself." And the whole room gasped and I gasped. And then he said, "My daughter dragged me here today, but honestly, I don't think anything is going to make a difference. My life sucks. No one could ever love me." And I in that moment, I completely froze. I mean, I'm like, I'm listening and all these things are going on. Like, what do I do with this? God, nature, higher power, speak through me was my instant prayer. And in that instant, my presentation I had carefully prepared hours and hours and hours disappeared. My slides, my notes, my profound teaching no longer mattered. There was only one thing that mattered. And that was the tall, skinny guy standing before me. And the whole room was so quiet. You could hear a pin drop. And nearly 1,000 people were waiting to see what I would say, and so was I. And I took this one long, slow breath, and I said, "What's your name?" And he said, "Tomas." And I said, "Tomas, would you come up here and talk with me?" And he said, "No." And I said, "Oh, come on, I'd really love to talk with you. Please come up here." And again, the room was so deafening quiet. And he said, "Why? I'm nobody." And his words when he said that, I mean, I'm nobody. It just like stabbed my heart. And I looked at him and I said, "You matter to me." And he looked up at me and then he slowly walked toward the stage. And as he was walking to the stage, I asked myself one question, like, Janet, do I forget about the other 999 people in this room and give my full attention to this one man? And immediately, the answer came, yes. And once he was up on the stage, I turned my body away from the audience and I turned to him and I asked, "What's your name?" And again, my brain was like fried, and he goes, "I told you, Tomas." And I said, "Well, what if, Tomas, just possibly, you heard one thing that could change your life today? Would it be worth staying?" And without even looking up, he mumbled, "Yeah." And I asked one more question. I said, "Would you be willing to postpone your decision until tomorrow and just simply stay open?" And then after what seemed like the longest pause, he quietly whispered, "Okay." And then I asked, "Can I have a hug?" I think I was the one who needed it. And he said, okay. And then I just opened my arms up to him and just, in that moment, we just embraced, and not as a famous speaker and an audience member or a stranger, it's just as two human beings. And for a few moments, it felt as though there was no one else in the room. It was just Tomas and I just holding each other. And then something so massively extraordinary happened. The audience erupted into the loudest applause I had ever heard. And then, without anyone asking them to, they just stood up, and people all over the auditorium began hugging one another. And I looked at Tomas and I said, did you see that? Do you see that? You did that, brother. You created this love bubble just by being authentic, transparent, and vulnerable. Whew. Now, if you've ever been to Finland, because that's where I was, you'll appreciate how remarkable this was. Finns are so wonderful. They're just the best people, but spontaneous hugging is not part of their culture. Yet in that moment, something totally shifted. The walls just tumbled down, the room had opened, and I immediately knew, oh my God, I have to go down and be with them. So I said, we're taking a 10-minute break, because I knew something so much more important than my presentation was happening, and I wanted to be with it. So during the break, I went down, and I'm standing out in the audience, and one person after another, they came up to me, and they were crying. There were so many tears, and one person said, Janet, I felt exactly like that man. And another girl came up and said, I've never told anyone, but I felt like him. Or someone said, I thought I was the only one. And that's when I realized something so profound. My buddy Tomas hadn't interrupted my talk. Tomas had transformed it. And he transformed it because he risked his vulnerability, and he gave nearly 1,000 other people permission to just take off their mask. He uncorked the room, and what poured out wasn't judgment or discomfort. It wasn't rejection. It was caring. It was just pure caring. And when I read Dr. Nader's The Power of Caring, I understood at such a deep level why that moment was so powerful. Dr. Nader reminds us that caring, it's not simply about being nice. It's about creating a space where another human being feels seen and safe and valued and remembers that they matter. That day in Finland, boy, every time I talk about it, I start to cry. I thought I'd gone there to teach self-love, but instead I witnessed the extraordinary power of caring, because sometimes one person who has the courage to tell the truth and one person who has the willingness to care can transform not just one or two people, but an entire room. And as Dr. Nader shares in his book, caring is not merely something we perform, it's our nature. Caring is our nature. And in that moment with Tomas, who, by the way, became everybody's hero in the room, my heart cracked wide open, as did everyone's. And in that moment, I realized that they were not the lucky ones. I was the lucky one. I thought caring had carried me across the world so that I could change their lives, but caring had carried me across the world so that they could change mine. They taught me that when we care, as Dr. Nader shares so beautifully, the boundary between giver and receiver disappears. We believe we're giving love, but we receive love. We believe we're lifting another person, but we're lifted. Or we believe we're answering someone else's need, but something within our own heart is healed. And that is the miracle of caring. And Dr. Nader, your work has helped me understand that caring is not simply one more quality we should try to develop. It is something so much deeper. that caring is an expression of our connectedness, and it's what happens when we see beyond the appearance of separation. And it's what happens when another person's happiness matters to us, and another person's suffering touches us, and another person's humanity, it calls forth our own. And I'm so grateful to you, because at a time when our world can feel so divided and people are so afraid and disconnected, the power of caring could not be more timely. My gratitude, my deepest gratitude to you, because you have given us more than a beautiful philosophy. You have given us a new lens through which we understand ourselves and our relationships and our responsibility to one another. And you remind us that caring for ourselves and caring for the world are not opposing choices. They are part of one beautiful movement. And that movement is from separation to connection. And it's so beautiful, from self-love to universal love. And perhaps with this, the world will not ultimately be transformed by the people with the most power or the most money or the loudest voices. Perhaps it will be transformed by those who care enough to listen and act and offer their passions in service to something far much greater than themselves, and to recognize that no loving act is ever truly small. Because caring, as you share, creates a ripple, and it moves from one heart to another, from one life to another, just like it did that really great day in Finland, until we can no longer know where the giving ended and the receiving began. So today, my dear world family, I invite all of you to ask yourself, where am I still withholding acceptance from myself? What would caring, myself look like today? What passion is asking to be expressed through me? And how could that passion uplift even one human life? Because the moment we stop rejecting ourselves, our hearts begin to open. And when our hearts open, we begin to care. And when we care, our passions become service. And then when our passion becomes service, nature, beautiful nature, rises up to meet us. And then perhaps, as Dr. Nader has shared so eloquently throughout his whole book, perhaps caring is the doorway home. That is my prayer. Thank you. Love to all of you.
Thank you very, very, very much, Janet, for that extraordinary and passionate and compelling presentation on passion and caring. Dr. Nader, would you like to comment?
If I could, because Janet left us speechless. In her few words, she arose the emotions, the tears.
Yes, your comments, your thoughts?
What a grand way, Janet, to start this this extravaganza that you have cared to see happen yourself. I've had the opportunity to work on so many projects with the great Janet Attwood, and appreciate one layer after another of her power and greatness. And today is such a grand way to start our celebration of caring, and one of its representatives, the book that is coming out, and many of its representatives are through the works of Janet and all the people that she loves and cares for, and all those whom she has actually wanted to have on our celebration today. So I start with a great gratitude to her and to her few words that summarize the entire field of being and caring and connectedness and creating peace and harmony and growing in life, raising our emotions, raising our feelings, raising our expectation, and also profound understanding of the power that caring is. And she mentioned two times, many times, power, but two times in different ways. One is the power of, the dynamics of politics, the power of maybe the military, the power of even knowledge, the power of experience, the power of different aspects. And on the other side, the power of caring. And here, maybe even as a beginning of our thinking together about this togetherness around caring, I'd like to highlight this term because sometimes I'm asked why you use the term of power. What is that power? Do you control others? Is that what power is? Or what is it? And it's really more the power in terms of how it was understood initially in spiritual life and feelings. And that is the ability to create something that spreads so far and so quickly. We have the power of atomic bombs. They reach some level of the finest level of matter. But beyond that, there is the power of care, the power of love, the power of being, the power of consciousness, which is more like an energy of positivity, of connectedness, of fulfillment, of wholeness. And I would just say that in Janet's few expressions, she unleashed that power on that occasion that she presented to us through caring, and how just a simple act of care can ripple in such a powerful way and create waves of care and create waves of feelings, waves of hope, waves of possibility, as she said, waves that can change the world. And I think she was being modest and humble by using the term perhaps, maybe, perhaps that is what will change. And I want to just say that in our feeling, and I know in her heart, it's a perhaps out of modesty, out of not being pretentious. But the reality is that the world will change through us together, thinking along these lines of the power of the inner value that transforms separation into unity. That is the example that she took in the hugging. The hugging is a physical expression of inner connectedness, that I feel trust in you. I feel I can trust life. I feel I can connect with you even on the surface level. But the meaning of that is that I am one with you on a deeper level. And that is where the human emotion comes, enlivened and awakened by something so profound within us that it doesn't require an effort. So caring is not an effort. Caring flows from within. And when it flows from within, it is the most powerful. Janet did the effort. She did the study. She did the work. She prepared herself. And all this preparation, in my point of view, didn't go away. It just manifested in a brilliant way in a true moment of care that allowed the point of care to become an ocean of care that rippled and that created in us emotion, Janet, as we hear you say that. So thank you for being you, and thank you for being with us, and thank you for having that journey of life and living that can truly change the world.
Well, I just want to thank you, Dr. Nader, because your book, I outlined so many, I was like, I love so many of these quotes. I mean, they're like haikus, helping others is helping yourself. I think not metaphorically, literally, because you're the same reality in different expressions. I mean, it was just like, all these things that we all know these things, but you brought it to such a kaboom. That's how I like to say it. Just you made it so clear I've had that thought, I've had that thought in your book. It just made it so clear, what you do to others. I love that quote in a very real sense is what you do to yourself. I love that because I'm always talking to my students and I'm always saying, be kind to you because as you're kind to you, you're going to treat others. It doesn't work any other way. Who do you think you're talking to? You're always speaking to yourself. Nature's so profound, isn't it? How nature doesn't waste a moment. Every moment is important. Every moment matters. And so thank you for this book because your book made a lot of moments for me really, really matter. It's just fabulous. Fabulous. Thank you. I mean, all these experiences I had, that. And so it's one of those books that really is so timeless because it hooks you in to your deepest experiences and gives a clarity to it that I didn't have before. So thank you.
I've had many people say, okay, I want to care, but how do I find I have one last comment from each of you. I want to care, but how do I find something to care about? How do I find my passion? And I know that the Japanese call it ikigai, and it's in Vedic literature as dharma. And Viktor Frankl talked about man's search for meaning. And Nietzsche said, "He who has a why to live can bear almost any how." So people want to have passion, they want to care, but how, Dr. Nader, how do they find that in just a few minutes each of you? How do they find the why to live? Where do they find the person or the thing to care for? Go
I
ahead.
would love for Janet to give us her idea. She spent her life on this fantastic topic. I'll speak afterwards.
Yeah, I'd rather you answer first. But okay, I will. All right. So the biggest misconception is that people think they have to go out and find their passion. But as you know, your passions are already inside you. They've been whispering to you your whole life. And the problem isn't that you don't hear them. The problem is that life gets noisy. And when we get busy meeting other people's expectations or trying to make money or trying to be successful or trying to make everyone else happy, and what happens somewhere along the way, we stop listening to ourselves. And the passion test isn't about giving people their passion. It's about removing the clutter so they can finally hear what their own heart has been saying all along. And that's how you find your passion. You get clear. And I love the quote from Marici Shimoff is when you are clear, what you choose to have show up in your life will, and only to the extent that you're clear. To the extent that you're clear. And that's where meditation comes in. And that's why every single student of mine gets to hear that please transcend, know thyself deeply so that you can tap into that unbounded reservoir of pure knowledge, pure intelligence, and know who you are so that you can easily follow your passion, live your dharma, and fulfill your purpose in this life.
Before Dr. Nader comments, I'd like to just comment on that is I remember when you said know thyself, I remember once in a talk that Maharishi gave to graduating students, someone asked him, what's the key to be successful in life? And he said, there's know yourself, be true to yourself, do what you know to be right, and don't do what you know to be wrong. Know yourself, be true to yourself, do what you know to be right, and don't do what you know to be wrong. And it seems to me, Dr. Nader, that's a perfect explanation, a perfect entree to knowing, what to care about.
Wonderful. And we can add one thing. when you're in doubt, abstain, which means take your time, step back. There is no rush. Never feel you are rushed and you have to do things. And that, this is what happens in caring under stress, where caring becomes a reflex or a performance. That's what the right people should do. That's what I have been told is the good thing to do. And therefore, I follow, blindly sometimes the dictates of what seems to be great and moral, which is great, of course, or what my reflex actions are, rather than be what we can differentiate as conscious caring. Conscious caring is caring from within, and therefore, when you are in doubt and when you are in these circumstances, take a time off, rest, and don't make decisions when you are tired or troubled or under pressure. Always take your time to resort to the greater intelligence that is within you, rather than reacting on the surface level based on surface demands and surface stress that, as Janet says, clouds your perspective.
Beautiful.
As you've probably noticed, each of our guests approach caring from a unique perspective. That's exactly what makes today's conversation so rich. Dr. Nader explores these ideas even more deeply in his book, The Power of Caring, offering practical insights you can carry into your own daily life long after today's event has ended. Just scan the QR code on your screen to purchase the book. Along with your copy, you'll receive access to Dr. Nader's private VIP session, as well as more than $500 in bonus gifts generously provided by today's speakers. Janet Attwood is offering her acclaimed Discover Your Passions video training program and workbook. Now, let's continue our exploration of the many dimensions of caring as we welcome our next guest. Just joining us, coming up next is a very special conversation with Kute Blackson and Dr. Tony Nader on courage, authenticity, and caring. Janet Attwood, thank you for that incredibly powerful and passionate and timely message. You are amazing. Our next presenter has inspired people around the world to live with greater authenticity, freedom, and purpose. Kute Blackson's work challenges us to move beyond fear and limitation to discover the deepest truths of who we are. What we choose to care about ultimately, Kute says, shapes the direction of our lives, our consciousness, our relationships, our leadership, even our destiny. Today, Kute will introduce his 5 levels of caring, a practical roadmap for living with greater presence, courage, and impact. Kute Blackson is a best-selling author and an internationally respected transformational teacher, a member of the Transformational Leadership Council, and winner of the 2019 Unity New Thought Walden Award. Please join me in warmly welcoming Kute Blackson as he presents The Courage to Care, the Path to a Life of Purpose, Presence, and Impact.
So great to be here. The power of caring. Such an important message. Do you remember when you were a child? We were all children once, so free, so alive. If you go back to the moment when you were a child and you cared so freely, you cared so easily. You cared about a bird with a broken wing. You cried when someone cried. You laughed without holding back. You danced so freely. You loved without calculating and analyzing and thinking. And yet somewhere along the way, something happened. Perhaps life disappointed you. Perhaps someone betrayed you. Maybe mom or dad left you. Someone rejected you. There was a trauma, an event, a situation. Maybe a parent told you to stop caring so much or stop being so sensitive. And so as a result, as children, we stopped caring. We were told to toughen up, and little by little, without even realizing it, many of us, we began to protect our hearts. Some of us, we began to shut our hearts down. Some of us, we even began to abandon our hearts without even knowing. And when you look at the world that we live in today, this beautiful world in 2026, I think never before in human history we have we had so much technology, we have so much information, we have more convenience, more information, AI, more ways to connect. And yet, I feel never before as human beings have we felt so disconnected. Many of us, we feel disconnected from ourselves, disconnected from each other, disconnected from friends, family, community, disconnected from the divine, disconnected from meaning. Stress, anxiety rises. Our sense of loneliness increases. Loneliness is becoming an epidemic in our world today. Division is increasing. Divorce is increasing. And as human beings, I think due to this disconnect, we've become numb in many ways. We start scrolling past suffering. We start arguing instead of listening. We're consuming more, yet I think in many ways we feel less alive. And so as I sit here, this beautiful extravaganza, I feel in my heart that technology is not the crisis. Politics is not the greatest crisis. I think that perhaps the greatest crisis of our time, of our generation, is the crisis of the disconnection from the human heart. And as a result, we've forgotten not simply how to care, we've forgotten how to keep our hearts open, because somewhere along the way, we became afraid of being hurt, afraid of being abandoned, afraid of losing love, afraid of being rejected, afraid of being disappointed, afraid that if we dared to open our hearts again, that maybe life would break us and shatter us. And so we've built all these walls to numb ourselves, distract ourselves. But here's the tragedy. The walls that we learned to develop as a survival mechanism to keep the pain out also keeps the love out, the joy out, the intimacy out, the purpose out, life itself out, the caring out. Maybe we protect ourselves from getting hurt, but the care and the love that we feel also, we're not able to receive it fully. We're also not able to give it fully. And so I feel as though the greatest revolution of our time will not just be in technology and AI, but it will be a revolution in the human heart. And that revolution begins with a simple decision, which is why I'm so excited about Dr. Tony Nader's book, The Power of Caring. I believe that the most important decision, that revolution begins with one important decision: deciding to care, having the courage to care. And I think most of us, we think that caring is an emotion, it's a feeling. I feel as though caring is perhaps one of the highest expressions of consciousness, because whatever you care about receives your attention. Whatever receives your attention receives your energy, and whatever you focus on expands. And so our destiny is not shaped simply by what we talk about or what we say is important. Your destiny is shaped by what you consistently choose to care about. And so I'm asking you today, what is it that you're putting your attention towards? What in your life is getting your attention? What in your life are you choosing to care about? Because every great movement in history began because someone dared to care. Every act of justice, every scientific breakthrough, every work of art, every great leader, every loving parent, every visionary, every teacher who refused to give up on a student, every single person in history who stood for truth when it was unpopular, it all began because someone had the courage to care. And so I just want to share a few simple thoughts on the levels of caring. Because for me, the question isn't simply, do you care? The question is, how are you caring? How are you going about that caring? And I've broken it down into 5 simple levels. Level number 1 is the caring to survive. This is just the basic level. It's the survival level. I care because I need. It's coming from need. I need approval. I need your love. I need validation. I need security. I need to matter. I need to know that I'm enough. I need you to love me. And I think this is where we all begin in the evolution of caring. There's nothing wrong with this level, but it's just the start. And often when we're living from this level of caring, we're focused on what can I get? That next level is caring through attachment. I care because I'm afraid to lose love. And we cling and we hold on and we try to change people and we rescue and we fix and we control and we worry. It's well intended, but we often confuse attachment with love. And true caring, true love doesn't cling. True caring and true love creates freedom. And so I think sometimes one of the most caring things we can do is to stop controlling and to be present with. So that third level of caring I want you to consider is caring through presence. I care because you matter. And I think at this level, everything when it comes to caring begins to change. We stop asking, how do I change someone? How do I fix you? And we begin asking, how can I just be present with this person? How can I be present with life as it is? How can I just love my wife, my spouse, my friend? And in this level of caring as presence, you begin to listen, really listen, not just waiting to be right or share your perspective or just trying to solve a problem. But I think one of the greatest gifts we can ever give another human being is gifting them the gift of truly being seen. I think people, what I found in my life is people don't heal just because we give them the answers or they have all the answers. People heal because someone dared to care and someone dared to care just by seeing them, being present with them, seeing the beauty in them. And I think that allows another human to discover who they truly are. Level 4 of caring is caring through purpose. This is when I care because I'm committed to something bigger than myself, a purpose that is bigger than myself. I think one of the sufferings that we experience as humans, one of the reasons we suffer is because our entire focus is simply on ourselves. And so at this fourth level, your life stops revolving around you. Your focus shifts from me to we to all of us, all of humanity. You become more focused on how can I be a contribution, less about how can I succeed for myself, but how can I live my life in service? You stop asking, what do I want from my life? And begin to ask, what does life want from me? How can I serve life? What is life asking from me? How can I be a contribution to life and live a life of service? Life shifts. Your focus shifts. The fifth level of caring, I would say, is caring as love. I care because there is no separation. At this level, caring is not something you do as an act or even as a practice. Caring, you could say, is who you become. You recognize the inherent oneness of all things, that we are all one. We all arise from the same oneness, the same source. And so another person's joy is your joy. We're no longer separate. We care because we are one. We are each other. And so love and caring is not simply an action. Love and caring is your nature. It's your state of being. It's your state of being. And so I want to leave you with a few questions. The question is, what have you been caring about? What deserves your heart in your life? As you look in your life, there's so many distractions that we have in our world today. But really feel into what deserves your energy, what deserves your focus, what deserves your life. Because whatever has your life has your energy. And I feel as though the world today, we don't need more intelligence. It doesn't simply need more innovation. We don't simply need more money or success. We need more awakened human beings, people, individuals such as you who dare to love, who dare to care, who dare to open their hearts and be a blessing to those around them, simply by responding to the need. And so this is the invitation to care for your family, to care for your community, to care for your loved ones, to care for not just those that think the same as you, but to care for those that think differently from you, who voted differently from you, care to dare to care for the beautiful planet, because it's the home that we inhabit, Mother Nature, to care for truth, to care for justice, to care for love. Because I believe that one of us, one person, one of us, one of you, one of me, one of us who dares to live with an open heart and dares to care, you can change your family. And by changing your family, you can change your generation. By changing your family, you can change your community. By changing your community, you can change a nation. By changing a nation, you can change the world. And the world, the future, is not waiting for people with more money, more intelligence, but bigger hearts. And one person can make a difference. I want to leave you with this story. Many years ago, I walked the Camino Santiago, 900 kilometers in northern Spain. And all I had was I shaved my head, broke up with my girlfriend. I wanted to live a life of meaning and caring and purpose. And I put everything in storage, and I started walking 900 kilometers in northern Spain on these vortex ley lines. And I came across an amazing man, a guy who changed my life, a man called Francisco. And I saw him one day, and he determined that he was going to walk with me this one intense day. And as we started walking, I had a tiny backpack. I looked at him and I was judging him because I thought the whole point of spirituality, the whole point of this walk is to let go of your attachments. And so as we walked this whole day, this man would stop literally every 5, 10, 15 minutes and speak to someone. This man would stop every 5, 10, 15 minutes and go up to someone, let's say Susie. He'd find a person, let's call her Susie, take out a gift from his backpack, a scarf, essential oil, a book, something, and he would gift it to them, and he would just have a moment of caring. This started frustrating me because I was so attached to getting to my destination. After about 2 hours of constantly stopping, I asked Francisco, what are we doing here? You're stopping every 10 minutes. I need to get to the end point of my destination. You're blocking my flow. And he looked at me and he said, Kute, I've walked the Camino 7 times. This is my 8th time that I'm walking the Camino. I said, wow. He said, and this 8th time, my intention is not to walk for myself. This 8th time, I'm walking for everyone that's walking. And I said, but you have such a huge backpack. The point of the Camino is to lighten your attachments to life. And he laughed and he said, it's true, I have a huge backpack, but my goal is that by the end of this journey, my backpack is empty, because there is nothing in my backpack that is for me. It's gifts that I'm here to gift everyone that I meet on the journey of life. And so, folks, we will all die in this human experience. None of us know when that moment is coming. The soul is eternal. But the question is, at the end of your life, how will you have lived? How will you have loved? And how will you have cared? When that moment comes and your journey is over, I want to invite you to care in such a way that there is nothing left in your backpack, in your heart. Give it all away. And the more you give, the freer you'll be. And the freer you are, you can never lose. The power of caring. It is the superpower.
Thank you very much, Kute Blackson. That was an extraordinary, passionate, and profound presentation on courage and caring. And I'd now like to invite Dr. Tony Nader to join in this conversation to get his reflections. As many of you know, in this extravaganza, Dr. Nader is a neuroscientist and a medical doctor and an educator. He's the president of Maharishi International University. He's the charge of the entire TM organization in over 100 countries. He was asked by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, who has founded Transcendental Meditation back in 1958, to be his successor. So it's an honor and a privilege for me to introduce Dr. Tony Nader and ask for Dr. Nader's comments on your comments.
It's so beautiful and so complete and holistic, and it takes it on so many levels, so many layers of what life is about and how we care. Yes, we care to breathe. Yes, we care to eat. Yes, we care that we have needs that are done, and that is one level of caring. That caring is wired within us through evolution. It has created and enhanced those who care so we can survive and be together as a strong community, as strong tribes at the beginning, and then be able to face bigger dangers than our individuality can take care of. And so ingrained within all of these values, there is also the care as an obligation, the care as a performance, because we are told to do that, we are done to do that. And then there is the higher levels of care, which are in terms of love. And as Kute beautifully presents it, we can say that care is, or care flows really when consciousness recognizes itself in another. And the recognition is love, and what flows out of it is care. So when we start expanding our sense of self from the limited individual to an individual that sees itself as part of a wholeness, that is the force of love that connects, that unifies. And then care flows naturally without effort. And the bag is always empty because it gives everything, and always full because it's based on an inner value which is so grand, so infinite, so holy, so whole, and so full that one doesn't have to feel depleted. One doesn't have to be sensing that I am losing anything, because that is really the beautiful example that Kute told us about, where the person feels full, and even where the expression, you come to the end of life or you come to the end of a road, and what do you feel? You feel you have expanded. Why? Because what you had is now shared with others, and others' happiness has grown, and others' well-being has grown. And since others are truly our inner self, also our infinite true self with a big S, then we have grown, we have become more, rather than limiting ourselves on the surface level. And that is how so beautifully Kute has highlighted the power of care, the power of love, that flows from a heart that is full and becomes fuller and fuller as the path or the journey continues, and the weight becomes lighter. So what used to be a weight now is no more there. Such a beautiful story, such a beautiful example, where there is growth and expansion, and yet the weight is less. And that is what happens really when we truly care and not just carry and don't do anything about it. So thank you, Kute. It was a delight to listen to you, and a beautiful overview of the power of caring that you presented in these few minutes.
Any thoughts, Kute? Thank you, Dr. Nader. Any thoughts on Dr. Nader's comments?
Beautiful, beautiful. I feel it's so beautiful to hear how as we give, we get lighter, you know. It's almost like also as we give, we open ourselves to receiving at the same level with which we care, at the same level with which we give. And what I love that he shared is when you give, even though you become empty, there's a fullness that grows and expands. And so I feel that this book and the message you're sharing about the power of caring is one of the most important messages that we need at this time in human history, especially with technology where we become so disconnected. So I'm so honored to be here, honored to be a part. and feel as though the ripples that this message and this extravaganza will create will be so far-reaching. And so it's such a blessing and an honor.
Dr. Nader, I'd like you to frame this discussion in the, Kute has talked about courageous caring and loving caring. You used the term conscious caring. Could you explain that in the context of what Kute's message?
I think conscious caring is really exactly on the level of these levels that beautifully Kute brought about, and that is that there is a reflex level to care, for our needs, for our situations, and even in life, we have mirror neurons. We see somebody suffering, our empathy gets going, and we react to it. So there is a physiological level, and then there is the caring that is, I would say, on an obligation kind of sense, like from the outside, a performance level. And I think Kute in his writings, he uses also these kind of terms. And there is where you feel morally obligated to care, and mixed with your own stresses and strains and fears and all of that, you kind of come up with something that is a performance kind of caring. And Kute didn't talk about this in this discussion, but he values that surrender that takes you back to the self, to surrender to life, to trust life, to feel that your action will ripple, that every act of care carries so far that it ripples, and then it goes from the individual to the whole society. So conscious caring is not different from caring with courage. It's caring with the ability to see the situation, to have discernment, to evaluate what is mine to do, what is not mine to do, and to act from an inner level, from being, rather than from outside levels. So the example he gave is so beautiful because nobody asked that person to give the gifts. And so the gifts are coming from inside, from within. That is really conscious caring rather than reflex or performance caring. And courage is there, means trust. That's really what it means. If you trust life, if you trust that every act of kindness, every act of goodness, every act of care is going to carry you to a higher value of life, and it's going to give you so much more, then you are caring with courage because you trust. When you trust that life is holy, that life is balanced, even in situations where your actions might not get the response, but again, could use the question of attachment, that you're not necessarily attached to something, you just give it and let go, and trust that life will do with it what is best. Then you are consciously caring, established in yourself, and not dependent even on the results of your action, although of course you want to be able to get the best results, but you are trusting life and you let life carry that caring in the best possible way.
Kute?
Yeah, I think caring, there is an innate intelligence in us that is wired to care. It's an innate impulse. I think when we as human beings hold that back, then it's suffering. Then we experience pain because it's natural to open. It's natural to love. It's our nature. Love is our nature. And the expression of that nature is to care. I think sometimes we get attached to the outcome. We get attached to how it's going to be received. We get attached to, oh, if I care and if I express and if I do some loving, caring act, then it should come back to me from this person or in this way. But sometimes when you follow that impulse and you care and you love, it may not come back to you from the source with which you cared. So I think what's important is to have the courage to care because it's your nature, to have the courage to care because it's what's moving through you without attachment. And I think when we can do that, then we're free. And you could say it may not come back to you from the person or the object of which you directed that caring, but the degree to which you open your heart and care is also the degree to which you become fully available to receiving life. And I found that the energy you put out will come back to you in ways you cannot even imagine, from situations and people you cannot even imagine. And when you care, you win. Not about winning or losing, but in the opening of your heart and in the daring to care, you've already won regardless of what happens, because just that opening of your heart to love, you are expanding your heart's muscle and capacity. And regardless of what happens out here or who does what out here, you opening that muscle of caring and loving, you're the one developing that muscle and your own love capacity. And so there is a power in caring just to care because it's your nature, and trusting that it comes back to you, at the right moment, at the right time, in the right way.
Thank you so much. Dr. Nader is fond of quoting a passage from the Bhagavad Gita, which says, "You have control over action alone, never over the fruits." So just what you were just saying, we give, we give, we give. How it comes back, it will come back at some point, but we just give, and how it comes back, that's up to nature. So I'm really grateful to the two of you for joining in on this conversation. Dr. Nader, I think you would agree that when we listen to and watch Kute, the word authentic, the word genuine, the word integrated, the word this is his life, there's nothing false here. There's just absolute integrity. So thank you for this time. And I'll give you one last word if you want, Dr. Nader.
I just say something that Marci, used to say in a beautiful way. No drop of love is ever wasted. And that's really something that I carry in my heart also.
Beautiful. Well, this was a blessing for us, all the listeners and people watching, to enjoy and bask in your words. And these conversations don't have to end when today's program concludes. Dr. Tony Nader's book, The Power of Caring, invites you to explore these ideas more deeply through practical guidance, timeless wisdom, and insights that can be applied in everyday life. Simply scan the QR code on your screen or visit caringtm.com/order to purchase your copy. Your purchase also includes Dr. Nader's exclusive VIP session immediately following today's program, along with an extraordinary collection of speaker gifts. Kute Blackson is sharing 8 Levels of Gratitude, a powerful program for deepening gratitude and creating greater abundance. And with that, let's turn to our next inspiring conversation. Please join me in welcoming our next speaker. I want to stop and thank again Kute Blackson for your extraordinary conversation. And I want to say welcome to Debra Poneman, and joining with Dr. Tony Nader, who we just heard from just a moment ago. And we're going to go deep into the importance of personal transformation through authentic love, deep caring, and success in life. So I'm going to take a moment here and introduce you to Debra Poneman, and then we'll go on with our conversation. So Debra Poneman has been one of the pioneers of personal transformation movement for more than 45 years. Throughout her remarkable career, Debra Poneman has helped hundreds of thousands of people discover that true success is about far more than just achievement. It's about living with purpose, joy, self-love, and a deep connection to those who really care. Over the next few minutes, Debra will share timeless wisdom gathered from a lifetime devoted to helping people move beyond fear and limitation into lives of greater love, fulfillment, and authentic success. Debra Poneman is the founder of Yes to Success seminars, Ageless Seminars, and the Awake Method. She's a best-selling author, internationally respected teacher, and mentor whose work has inspired generations of entrepreneurs, authors, business leaders, and transformational teachers. She's also a very dear and longtime friend. So please join me in welcoming our dear friend, Debra Poneman. Debra, would you share your thoughts on the power of caring?
It would be my joy and my honor. It's just so lovely to be with you and Dr. Nader. And when I was invited to be part of the summit celebrating the release of Dr. Nader's truly magnificent new book, The Power of Caring, I found myself, pondering a question I'd actually been asking myself for years, and that is, why is it that we care? I mean, really, people usually say, well, because it's the right thing to do or because people need each other. And yes, of course, that's true. But personally, I don't think it's the whole story. In fact, I'm going to tell you something that may sound a little outrageous coming from someone who spent pretty much her whole life doing nonprofit work, either full time or majorly part time. But the truth is, I am so not Mother Teresa. People are always saying to me, oh, Deborah, you do so much good. You build schools in Haiti. You rescue orphans. You teach meditation in Haiti's Wharf, Jeremy, which is the most crime-ridden city in the Western Hemisphere. You take care of your friends when they need you. You're so amazing. And every time someone says something like that, I just have to laugh to myself because the truth is, I do those things because they make me ridiculously happy. I believe that one of the main reasons we give, one of the main reasons we care is that when we do, it makes us feel good about ourselves. I don't believe there's such a thing as selfless caring unless maybe you're an enlightened master. If giving or caring doesn't feel good to you, you probably wouldn't do it. I mean, if you put your hand on a hot stove, you pull your hand away and you don't do it again. I mean, we all do the things that make us happy. People, for example, I'll give you an example. They love vacations. They love going on cruises, okay? There's nothing wrong with a cruise. I've been on them, good buffets. But by day 2 or 3, I'm kind of like, ew, 5 more days. It's just not my jam. But when I go down to Haiti and love up the kids at our schools and watch the orphans that we've rescued who are close to death when we discovered them in the basement of an orphanage that was really just a front for getting money from American charities. And now these same orphans are graduating from high school at the top of their class, or the adults in our literacy program when they're so proud of being able to read and write and sign their names for the first time at the age of 60. I mean, can you imagine? I don't do it because I'm noble. I care because that's where I come alive. And I actually remember one year I couldn't make the trip with our group to Haiti, and a woman in one of our adult literacy classes, her name was Elvira, she made this little handmade card and sent it back with our president, another dear friend of all of ours, Hunter Payne. And it was really just a piece of cardboard where she wrote her card, and on it it said, "Love, Jesus, Deba." I mean, like jet skiing or that, right? And I'm the one who comes home with my heart overflowing, feeling like I'm the luckiest person in the world. And the frosting on the cake is that when we're lit up, we radiate that light to the world. And the stronger our joy, the stronger our light. And the less fear that can actually come into our energy field. Everything is vibration. And when you're vibrating with joy, not only do you become a magnet for joy, but the people around you feel that joy. I mean, joy spreads like a contagion, as does negativity. In fact, every word you speak, every thought you think, every action you take either adds more light or more darkness to the world. You spend your time talking about how everything is so wrong. Your vibration is contributing to making those things worse. As the great spiritual master Marianne Williamson so beautifully shared, that which we put our attention on grows stronger in our lives. And if I might add, grows stronger in our world. And it's been scientifically proven over and over again. I recently again watched the movie What the Bleep Do We Know? And the scientific evidence is shared in black and white that our thoughts actually have a measurable effect on what we are thinking about. And in The Power of Caring, Dr. Nader reminds us that caring isn't just something we do, it's something we are. But it doesn't stop with us. When one person becomes caring, more present, more conscious, Dr. Nader says that caring radiates outward to our families and our relationships and our communities and ultimately the world. I mean, that's a central thread in the book. Every act of genuine caring changes the field around us. One person who is filled with love walks into a room and suddenly everyone softens. One person who's deeply centered and others become calmer without even knowing why. And since I've been teaching principles of creating true success for over 45 years, I say, this is the highest form of success, one in which your very presence becomes a force for peace and a force for upliftment and leaves the world a better place because you were in it. Now, I do want to add a couple little footnotes to this whole thing because I know some of you might be thinking, well, what about people who care too much? And I'm not talking about becoming a martyr. I'm not talking about saying, sure, when your whole body is screaming, no. And I'm certainly not talking about giving because we're hoping somebody will finally like you or tell you what a great person you are or to get recognition. We've all done some version of that, guilty as charged, but frankly, you won't feel exhilarated. You'll feel exhausted. And that's how you know what your motivation was. As it says in the Bible, do not your alms before men to be seen of them, that they may have the praise of men. It goes on to say, verily I say unto you, then they have their reward in full. But when thou doest thine alms, let not thy left hand know what thy right hand doeth, that thine alms may be in secret, and thy Father who seeth in secret himself shall reward thee. And even if we don't get rewards from our Father who is in heaven, although we will, as the wheel of karma turns, we don't care for the sake of what we get back. I mean, does the sun say, I'll give you light, but what are you going to give to me? I mean, does a flower say, I'll give you fragrance, but I want something back? No. And when we are in tune with our own divine nature, giving and caring, there are our own rewards. If an act of caring doesn't feel good, don't do it. If you feel contracted after the act of caring, you might want to go inside and ask what I can do differently next time. And then make note to self, don't do that thing in the same way. It didn't feel right. And then also care for yourself by forgiving yourself. And one other thing, as I read in Dr. Nader's book, I kept thinking about natural law, how every living thing seems to fulfill its purpose by giving and by caring. I mean, the apple tree doesn't eat its own apples. The apples are for you. The flower doesn't breathe in its own fragrance. The fragrance is for you. The sun doesn't shine for its own benefit. Everything in nature is constantly contributing to the whole. And somehow, in giving what it naturally has to give, it becomes what it was created to be. So maybe that's why caring feels so natural. Dr. Nader talks about this in his book, that caring isn't asking us to become something we're not. It's inviting us to participate in the same principle that governs all of nature, and that is, when we care, we're living in harmony with life itself. I love that. If we feel overwhelmed or resentful or attached to outcomes, we might want to stop and breathe and see if maybe we've moved out of harmony with life itself. And I want to end by expanding this idea with something else that Dr. Nader says in this powerful book, and that is, perhaps the reason caring feels so good isn't simply because we've done a good deed. Maybe it feels good because in those moments, we're living in harmony with who we really are. I mean, I've been teaching for years that we care because it makes us feel good. Dr. Nader would probably gently correct me a little bit, and he might say, actually, Debra, that's true. We do it because it makes us feel good. But caring makes us feel good because caring is your true nature. And I have to admit, he nailed it. So thank you so much for letting me share my thoughts. And that's all I've got.
So beautiful, so fantastic, just eloquent and bright and radiant and passionate and enthusiastic. It's just wonderful to see you and hear you, Deborah. I'd like to ask Dr. Nader. Many of you know he is a Harvard and MIT trained neuroscientist and medical doctor who heads up the International Transcendental Meditation Organization. Maharishi Mahesh Yogi asked Dr. Nader to be his successor, one out of millions of meditators in the world, and I would have to say a brilliant choice. Dr. Nader is also author of a bestseller called Consciousness is All There Is. And I'd like to ask you, Dr. Nader, to comment before we move on, comment on Deborah's beautiful words, and then we'll continue with our conversation.
It's so wonderful, Bob, that you mentioned a few qualifications of what she said, but one thing I felt is it's also generous. It's generous from her side to express those words and give so much recognition for somebody who is in the heart of this field of loving and caring and supporting. And so I want to thank Deborah, who's really somebody I admire and respect very deeply. And you know, it made me think of one thing also. It's like when people ask me, why did you write the book? There are a few reasons. One is that I see people care too much and get exhausted. I see people who got hurt and then they become isolated and avoidant. Been asked philosophical questions about, does the universe care? But truly one of the main reasons is that caring is a technique also by itself. You know, everybody wants a technique for self-development, for growth, for highlighting important parts of life so that we know we're doing the right thing and we're getting happy, etc. And what I really feel, and Deborah has said that in so many different ways, that caring itself is a technique to be better, to grow bigger, to expand one's sense of self, and to secrete the hormones and the neurotransmitters that actually heal the body and reduce inflammation and take us out of isolation. And so, as she highlighted, that the giver in the care, in the love, is somebody who receives even more than the person who is receiving. And that is very profound. I would just highlight one reason for that, one more reason. She brought so many beautiful angles. Deborah has been amazing. And one reason which is a little bit philosophical but very fundamental. And that is that in true nature, there is a field of being which manifests itself in different aspects on the surface. And these aspects, appearing separate and different, are actually the same ocean of being appearing as different waves. And so if our consciousness is only on the surface, then differences are there and we convince ourselves what we do, what we don't do to the other and how to do it. And we get to the golden rules of life, you know, do unto others what you want to be done unto yourself. And we think about it as being a moral suggestion, a moral guidance. Whereas in true nature, it is just describing the true nature of life, which is the other is another aspect of myself. And so when this develops in one's awareness, caring becomes totally effortless. And in the same recognition of how caring helps me and makes me feel better, it's actually because I am nurturing myself, even as I look like I'm nurturing somebody else. It's really the fundamental reality of why there is such a fullness that comes from caring. Because after all, caring for anything or anyone is also self-care in an extended way. And so there is, of course, in the presentation some aspect like that has this spiritual, philosophical angle, just to explain the fundamentals of why caring is such a technique for self-development, where one grows beyond one's smaller self, and one is growing into taking the other as myself. And that's what this great wisdom says, you know, from the Bible, the golden rule that is used in every tradition. And it's considered usually as a moral kind of obligation. But in fact, if you see deeply in it, it is just telling us the other is yourself. So how you behave with the other, you're behaving already with yourself. And that's why we feel we grow, we feel we're happy, we feel all that Debra so beautifully has lived and has taught and has expressed to us in these few minutes of delightful listening to her.
Beautiful, Dr. Nader. Now, Debra, I'd love for you to comment on Dr. Nader's comments.
Well, they are indisputable. As he said, in every single tradition, there is the golden rule. And in every law, every body of thought, as you sow, so shall you reap. So I think that we are really on the same page when we say that all love is directed towards the self. And and again, it's so funny, Dr. Nader, because I admire you so much. And I think, oh my goodness, he has the whole world in his hands and works so hard to bring this love, to bring knowledge, to bring change to the world. But you always do it in such a caring way. And that's why when I heard you were going to write this book, I said, oh my goodness, what a perfect person to do it. Because right now, here's another thing. And I know our mutual dear friend Janet Attwood says this so precisely, that these are the days where we need to be the teacher living the teaching. Right? Because if we are not authentic, if we write a book on caring and we're not the most caring person on the planet, people have radar these days. Am I right? They can tell when somebody's not the teacher living the teaching, and you are. I mean, as I said before, and you also mentioned in your book, that ripple effect. And it's not even so much what you say, it's who you are. And that's why I love that you chose to write this book, because you do vibrate that light. I mean, look at you, you vibrate light, you radiate light. And I think that when people read your book, you actually do outline caring as you say, a technique. And the more we live by that guidance, we will become lighthouses. And that's exactly what the world needs right now. People who spread more light and not more darkness. And the more light we spread, it'll be like a circuit board. And before we know it, the whole world will be filled with light.
I think there's yes to success and also yes to Debra Poneman. Very powerful. I have a sort of an intellectual question for you, Dr. Nader, before we continue on. You have said that true, authentic caring, just like authentic love, just like authentic compassion, just like authentic joy, is not an emotion, but it's an expression of one's innermost being. Could you comment on that?
Yes, you know, there are different levels of caring. We are wired to care. We've discussed this before, biologically, which is good, but then it can get us into the empathy overload if it comes to be carrying as an emotion, and then makes us lose our inner ground if it gets over, you know, exposure to situations that are harmful and where we feel that We have to invest even our feelings and emotions and lose our stable base. That is also based on fear and stress, etc. And Deborah mentioned these terms. And therefore, one has to hold their own and know what is it that they can do under different situations, and how to handle different aspects of carrying versus caring, and how to be able to move on with the ability to do what we call conscious caring, where the importance is what you give to the person rather than carrying their pain in yourself. Because again, if somebody's in pain or somebody is crying and you sit and you cry with them, we had one person crying, now we have two people crying. But if somebody comes and with happiness and strength and uplifts the other, then there is the ability to consciously care in a way that produces a result that is supportive, that is positive, rather than just carrying the emotion and getting overloaded with it through this quality of thinking that caring is only a feeling. Of course, in caring there is a feeling, and the feeling is natural. It comes from our human nature to respond to situations. I could say that empathy, for example, is feeling the situation, and that has a physiological counterpart. Compassion is feeling and seeing what the situation is, having a little more awareness. And conscious caring is truly feeling, seeing, and the ability to do something that is in tune with the situation, rather than as a reflex action based on either reflex because we're wired for that, or based on obligation because of what we call moral obligation and what a good person would do under such situation. And there is really the difference of caring from a conscious ground, from an inner ground, coming from inside, where the inner sense of oneness with everything grows with the expansion of the self, and then caring comes from the inner side rather than drawn out as a forceful thing from the outside.
I'm going to go to you in just a second, Deborah, but I'm very moved by this. Again, I open with the comments at a time when there's so much polarity, so much divisiveness in our world, and trauma and stress, that I and all of us watching this have an opportunity to dive deep with these wise souls, providing deep insights into the true, authentic nature of caring. I want to share a quote. It's actually a part of a poem, and Deborah, and I just looked it up on my phone when you were talking. It seemed as if you were referencing it. It's a Vedic proverb. Rivers do not drink their own water. Trees do not eat their own fruit. The sun does not shine on itself, and flowers do not spread their fragrance themselves. Living for others is a rule of nature. We are all born to help each other, no matter how difficult it is. Life is good when you are happy, but much better when others are happy because of you. Wow. And I think that's that conscious caring that Dr. Nader talks about, that Deborah's talking about. It has to be for the cup to, it's so easy to get dried out's the right word, from life unless we're constantly replenishing ourselves with access to that field of consciousness. So we have just a little bit more time, and I'd like to ask Deborah if you have any final comments, and then I'll ask Dr. Nader.
Well, I just wanted to comment on something that Dr. Nader said about people who give out of obligation. And Dr. Nader, how about the people who give and then they complain for the next 3 weeks how exhausted they are from having given? My mother used to say that's like milking the cow and then kicking over the bucket. And the truth is, what's also important in giving is giving to yourself. And the truth is that if you don't feel like the giving is spontaneous, like the trees and the bees and the sun, and you're going to feel resentful, don't do it. Because the truth is, when you do what's best for yourself, it will always be what's best for everybody else. And if it's a caring for a person and you're doing it with resentment, believe me, they will find somebody better, as you said, somebody that it's more kind and uplifting. And because, we live in a benevolent universe, and the universe knows what it's doing.
Beautiful. Dr. Nader?
That's really beautiful. I want to add something to what you expressed in terms of giving not to, giving without asking, which is right hand and left hand. And I want to just take it maybe just a drop further to say that when the sun gives, it gives for nature, for life to grow. We can look at it like this, because it feels it's also part of that. When the flower sends its fragrance, in its essence, it is the field of consciousness, the field, unified field itself, appearing as a flower that nurtures its other self, which appears as a human being. And so this just takes it a little bit to the level of that unity which the Vedic tradition and the grand traditions, acknowledge as whatever you do unto others, you're doing unto myself, that we see repeated in different spiritual traditions. And myself is the big self. So these statements are fabulous and beautiful. And what we could differentiate is the small self. So the flower is not doing it for its small self as a flower entity. It's doing it for its bigger self, which includes the environment, which includes nature. So nature is balanced, nature has its power, and part of it is the sun, part of it is the trees, part of it is the human being, part of it is the animals, the ecosystems, and it is nurturing itself through all of these values. So that's one additional maybe angle we can take. And another thing I want to highlight is that when we hear Debra and what she has done and the experience of what she has done, it has two aspects. It has the big aspect, going to Tahiti, going here and there. And we don't want those who are with us today to think that their responsibility is necessarily to do that level of care, which is exceptional and fabulous and exemplary, but to realize that small acts of care on a daily basis are what create ripples. So we like everyone to be like Debra, but don't feel the pressure of having, to be on that level. Realize that even small acts of care make a huge difference and they ripple. So there is what we call behavioral contagion, there is emotional contagion. When you do something nice, something positive, the other person who has received that has been shown scientifically to want to do something positive, something nice, some kind action towards others, and then the others and the others. So when you do something even small to somebody, you don't even know how far your effect is, but it is real there and it is real. And for those who feel like maybe they've been hurt by caring, maybe they didn't get the answer or the response, this is where Debra has told us, just do the thing and you have control over action alone, as also it said in the Bhagavad Gita. But you don't have control about its fruits, but your action ripples, as Bob said, and Debra, as you sow, so shall you reap, and the action is getting its effect in a very natural way anyway. So this is a whole topic about attachment and letting go, and that nothing is really wasted in life in terms of the response of what we do if we do it in the right way.
I know you're going to end, and I just want to say thank you to both of you for all that you do, and for being two of the people who, as you said, we don't all have to go to Haiti, just small little acts, and those acts light us up, and then there's that ripple effect, and you are both two of the unquestionably brightest souls on this planet. And thank you, Dr. Nader, for creating this magnificent book that is so sorely needed in our world right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Debra. You're amazing. Bob is always amazing also.
But I get to wrap up, and I know we're going a little bit long. You said, Dr. Nader, we just want to take one drop, this one little step from what we had been talking about, and then you expanded, I'm sure Debra will agree, to the cosmos. Just brought the whole thing to it's the flower reflecting, reverberating within itself, and the sun, and it's just nature. Beautiful message. And the love between the two of you, and the appreciation between the two of you, and the knowledge, the way you both devoted your lives, that the first step is self-care, and that's accessing that transcendent, accessing that unified field, that field of nature, and then spontaneously caring and giving. And it's just deeply moving and deeply satisfying. And Debra, it's been too long. So great to connect with you again. And I just want to say that all of these ideas, and Debra is here, and all the other speakers are here. Oh, quick little shout out to Janet Attwood for making this all happen. Appreciate you, Janet, enormously, the whole extravaganza. But that all contained in Dr. Nader's book, The Power of Caring, which is, I would encourage you to get for yourself at Amazon. And I say that because I want you to know that 100% of Dr. Nader's proceeds from that book is going back into the power of caring, back into bringing meditation to the world, bringing peace to the world. So thank you for that gift, Dr. Nader, and thank both of you for an amazing session. Now let's continue this extraordinary day together as we welcome our next featured guest. Just joining us, coming up next is another very special conversation with Marci Peer and Dr. Tony Nader on self-worth, subconscious belief, and caring. But first, I have to say to you, Debra, thank you for that beautiful message reminder that caring for the world has to begin with caring for ourselves. Our next presenter has spent decades helping people transform the beliefs that quietly run their lives. Marci Peer is the creator of rapid transformational therapy, and her work is built around a simple but profound idea: that feeling truly enough at our core may be one of the greatest gifts we can offer ourselves and the world. Marci has said that the words we repeatedly tell ourselves become our reality. Today, she'll explore how changing that inner dialogue is itself an act of caring, and why self-care, done right, is never selfish. Please join me in warmly welcoming Marci Peer.
Hi, thank you. It's lovely to be here. So I read an interesting study a little while ago, and it said that people are in acts of service, people who give, so we might class that as a priest or a teacher or indeed a carer, are happier than those that earn 3 times their salary. And of course, we know that for people like nurses, it's a vocation. They don't always get well paid, but they get something else. And I've always believed that we were born wanting to serve, wanting to give and receive. And a lot of us forget that when we give, we receive. But I see the opposite of caring. I see a lot of people who become therapists who care so much. They give and they don't receive. They're rather like this cup. So they tip a bit out here and a bit out there. I've actually still got coffee in it. But they tip out until they're gone. And now there's nothing to give. So caring probably means giving and receiving. You can't give without receiving, and you can't receive without giving. So I give a lot. I'm a therapist of 40 years. I love what I do, and I give to my clients every day. I give to my viewers, I give to my audience, I give to my daughter, I give to my husband, but they actually give back to me. So I'm always full because I give and receive. But I meet people a lot who get burnt out because they give. Coaches who are still coaching, where they're out for the evening at a dinner and they're coaching someone, they're at a party and they're coaching, people who are kind of doing therapy all the time. So it's so important to care. It's so important to have what I call the caring gene. But real caring means also caring for yourself. After all, when you get on a plane, it always says, by the way, put your own mask on first. You're no good to anyone if you put everyone else's mask on and then you die. And the same thing in Auschwitz, the only people who survived parents with children were those who gave their children some food and kept them. If you gave your children all your food and died, that's the wrong side of caring. You've forgotten to put yourself in the mix. So when you give, you receive. And when you receive, you need to be able to give. So I'm going to do a little exercise with you. I want you to just breathe in. That's the most normal thing in the world. And breathe out. So take a breath. The other going to take a breath in and give that breath away. And of course, the first thing you did when you were born was to take a breath in. And the second thing was to give that breath away. You took a breath in, you gave it away. And that's complete balance. I take a breath in, so I receive, and then I give it away. But I want you to feel what it's like when you care too much and you've forgotten to put yourself in the mix, when you become someone say, I'm just a giver, I'm just a carer. I give and give and give, but I actually don't know how to receive. So let's imagine what that's like. Take a breath in. And now just give that breath away. Just keep breathing out. Exhale. And you can do this for 4 minutes. So while I'm talking, just keep breathing out, but do not at any time breathe in. Just keep exhaling, exhaling, exhaling. And you notice very quickly that you actually want to take something back. It doesn't really feel that comfortable to just keep breathing out. So I want you now to breathe in. Now I want you to do the opposite of someone who gives. I want you to notice what it's like to take. So take a breath in. And while I'm talking, just hold that breath for 4 minutes. Just keep breathing in. Take all the air in and be a proper taker. Just take and take and take and don't give at all. And of course, we can do this for 4 minutes, but even after 90 seconds, it doesn't feel right. You see, nature requires balance. Nature requires you to give and receive, to receive and give, to give of yourself. And as a therapist, I give of myself and I receive a wonderful paycheck. I write books to help others, but I get paid for it too. And there's nothing wrong at all with giving, working in a charity shop and not receiving a salary, as long as you receive something. So you might say, I'm a preacher, I'm a volunteer, but I am receiving something. I'm receiving a feeling of rightness I get for preaching the word of God. I'm getting a feeling of rightness that I help people. So whatever you're doing, make sure you give and receiving it, because nature requires balance. We are all born to give, to serve. And there's no doubt that serving is the most wonderful feeling, but we have to do it probably rather like Tony says, caring. When you do it properly, it doesn't drain you, it strengthens you. And I love that quote. When you do caring correctly, it doesn't drain you, it strengthens you. When you give, you receive. In fact, my father's favorite song was a Beatles song, and it said this beautifully. And in the end, the love you take will only ever equal the love you make. And of course, what the lyrics meant were, in the end, you will receive what you have given. What you've given, you will get back. When you give, you receive. When you just receive, you don't give, which is why when you give a gift, you get two gifts: the gift of giving the gift to someone else and the gift of receiving the joy they have. When you make a beautiful dinner for someone, you get a gift twice. You give, but you also receive. So if you just receive, you only get one thing. But when you give, you receive. And when you give, you have meaning. You have impact. You have purpose. It's why people at the end of their life, I've worked with many people at the end of their life, and actually human beings don't fear dying. We fear dying having never made an impact, having never done something that really matters. And I remember Wayne Dyer, shortly before he died, saying, I have no fear of dying. Wayne had given so much. He was all heart, but he also received. And another thing I love is that in a world where, I look at my grandson who's 2 weeks old today and think, what kind of career is he even going to have? But the only career that AI cannot replace are heart-centered, human-centered careers. Being a speaker, AI couldn't possibly be a speaker. It could be a teacher, but it couldn't be a speaker. It couldn't really be a carer, even though we do have robots in Japan. If you have a heart-centered career, a human-centered career where you're interacting with people, that cannot be replaced with a robot. So in a very strange world where AI is taking many of our careers, we have to ask ourselves, what could I do that's heart-centered? What could I do that's human-centered? And what would caring give back to me? How could caring give me balance? Because we all want to be significant. We need certainty, diversity, connection. We need to feel that we can make a difference, that we're growing. You know, I love this quote in the Quran. It says, if you change one person's life, that is the same as changing the life of everyone in the whole world. And if you save one person's life, it's the same as saving everybody's life. And often we think, well, I'm not making enough of an impact. But if you can care for one person, just one. And I've been a therapist for 40 years, and I've always noticed something that I find so poignant. If one person believes in you, you'll be okay. Just one. For me, it was my grandmother. She had a stalwart, solitary belief in me, only her. But I only needed her. And her belief in me probably entirely shaped the direction of my life. So for humans like us, we need to do something very important. Wherever you are in the world, find one person to believe in, particularly a child, and say something like, hey, I noticed something amazing in you. I notice something. I notice how good you are with the dog or the cat or the guinea pig. I notice how patient you are with grandma. I notice how nice you are to your little brother. I notice how gifted you are at art or singing. So be that one person for someone, especially a younger person. Be the person who believes in them. Find someone to believe in you, and at the same time, make a point of believing in yourself. So many of us growing up didn't have parents who said, I believe in you. I see something amazing in you. You have an amazing life in front of you, because their own parents didn't say it. And so if you didn't hear those words and you have that emptiness inside, you have to start doing it yourself. I believe in myself. I can do it. Think of the words, the most loving parent who was totally invested in raising yourself, as in what might they have said to you. And when you can imagine what the words are, and it's not rocket science, they say, I love you, I care for you, I'm so lucky I had you. Parenting you is the joy of my life. You're smart, you're beautiful, you're amazing, you're good company. Once you can identify what you long to hear, had every right to hear, start saying it to yourself. Because the most beautiful thing about the brain is that it doesn't know, is this real or going on in your imagination? Surprisingly, the brain cannot tell. Is this really happening here? Or is it in your imagination over here, which is when we watch a scary movie? We feel absolutely scared. We watch a gruesome surgery, we have to look away. So if the brain doesn't know, are these words real? Is your boss saying them? Is your partner saying them? Are your parents saying them? Or you? The brain doesn't know or care. So the fastest way to raise your self-esteem is to practice self-care. So what does that mean? You know, we think self-care is eating properly, getting to bed on time, looking after our hygiene, which it is. Self-care is getting enough sleep, eating better food, hydrating, and exercising. But self-care is also falling in love with yourself, being that loving parent to yourself, being your very own cheerleader, being the best friend. And you know, what would you say to a best friend? I said to my best friend, if there was a template for being a friend, it would have your name all over. I'm so glad, because she died shortly after that. I'm always glad I told her, Helen, if there was a template for being the best friend in the whole world, your name would be all over it. So what would a great partner say? What would a great parent say? What would a great friend say? What would your kids say if they thought you were an amazing? They go, Mom, you did your best. You tried really hard. You made it fun. And so often we don't hear these words and we feel this deficit. But self-care is telling yourself the words you need to hear. You're lovable, you're smart, you matter, you're significant, you're enough. Self-care is thinking about what you don't have and saying, I'm going to give it to myself. Okay, I don't feel important. I don't have connection. How can I get it? Because it's no one else's job. And many of us either give up, well, I'm never going to find that. Or we give it away. We ask someone else, hey, can you turn up in my life and make me feel that I matter and I'm significant? And many times they can, but they have their own unmet needs. So self-care, really caring, is put yourself in the mix. What do I need? What have I not heard or got? And can I go and get it? And the answer is always yes. But while you're caring for someone else, do make sure you're caring for yourself. And when you're caring for yourself, go out and help others. I tell all my students this every single week. The most important exercise you will ever do in your entire life is to lean down and lift up another person, especially for women. Women really need to lean down and lift up other women and show them what it's possible. Maybe you're going to lean in and lift up a child. You know, my father was the most amazing head teacher. He said, you know, every child I see, I imagine they have a sign on their head saying, please make me feel that I matter. And we had what you would call travelers' children. Gypsies come to my father's school from far and wide. And he'd have them on the stage talking about their life. And we kind of envied them because he knew that our job, a teacher's job, a school's job, and a parent's job is to raise the self-esteem of a child. So if you want to care, imagine every person you come across every day has a sign on there saying, please make me feel as if I matter, or please make me feel significant. And what can you do to make that person feel they matter? How can you care? Well, pay attention, listen, give them eye contact. Don't be averse to patting them on the back and saying, I'm here for you. Sometimes even for strangers, if you see someone at a bus stop looking, I remember once someone seeing a young 18-year-old guy at the tube station, and I could tell immediately he didn't have the fare. There was something about the sadness, the panic in his eyes. And I said to him, oh, let me help you out. I've got some spare change. And sometimes I've stood in a line. I stood in a line in a store, and this guy was very upset. He didn't have enough money. And I said, would you let me pay that? Because I was in your position. I was a single parent. I came out without my purse, and someone paid for me, because you don't want people to feel beholden. But little things, there are so many people who said I was going to kill myself, and somebody smiled at me. Somebody just looked at me. And Wayne Dyer tells this beautiful story, which always brings tears to my eyes, of being in a car in New York. I'm sure you know it. And someone jumped in the car with a gun and said, give me your money. And Wayne, being Wayne, said, oh, yes, here's my wallet. He said, hang on a minute. I have more in the dashboard. And I think I got a bit more here. And then he said to him, would you mind if I held your hand? Because if you're going to kill me, I would like to die feeling lovely. The guy was so shocked. He jumped out of the car and left, but he tracked Wayne down and said, you know, you changed my life. In that moment where I had a gun to you, you came at me with such kindness. I was absolutely overwhelmed. And that moment changed my life, because I thought, gosh, if in my worst moment, someone I didn't even know could care, maybe there are caring people in the world. So here's a question. What could we do that cares? Like Dr. Tony says, learn to give a damn wisely. What could we do? How could we care better? How could we care in a more productive way? Not with silly platitudes, but actually doing something. Actually, you know, I was driving home from my daughter's school so many years ago, and I saw an old lady sitting in a bus shelter, and I stopped my car and I gave her some money and I bought her some coffee. It was nothing, but her face, the way her face lit up, that somebody cared enough not to just throw some money at her, but to buy her a cup of coffee. When I lived in Venice Beach in LA, I would always, when I found older homes, would say, can I get you some coffee? Can I get you some warm food? Can I do more than just hand you a few dollars? I'm not saying that because I'm an amazing person. I'm not. I'm an ordinary person. But how could you care more? Who could you look after? Who could you look out for? Is there someone, an old person that you could buy a coat for or go and sit with? Is there someone whose dog you could walk? Is there a single mother who's struggling? What can we do? We can always care more, but as Tony says, can we care better? Can we give a damn wisely? Can we reach out and think, how could I make a difference in someone else's life? Because when you make a difference to them, you make a difference to yourself. And I'm going to end with one story. My father, being this amazing teacher, there was quite a few children in our village who were pretty poor. And there were other kids who were very wealthy. And at the end of every term, he'd find these bikes that were left behind. And my father would recondition these bikes and give them away. And there was one little kid of about 11, and my father would promise him, I have a bike for you. So if you come to our house at 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock, we'll have this bike ready. And this little kid came and knocked on the door. And as he knocked on the door, my father came out of the garage of the bike. He went to me, is your dad Jesus? And I thought, isn't that lovely? He thinks my dad is Jesus, because my dad, being this eminent cerebral head teacher, is in his own time, on his own dime, giving this kid a bike, reconditioning a beaten up bike. And my father did that all the time. He did all his admin in his own time. He spent every night doing his admin on his time. So he had all day free to love those kids and make those kids feel they matter. And that little boy, at his funeral, I talk about that, was saying, is your dad Jesus?
Just
Because
beautiful.
he was. Isn't that cute? Isn't that just a lovely story?
Beautiful. Just beautiful. Just
So my dad knew how to care better. He didn't just say it. He actually did stuff that made a difference. And we can all do that.
so it's so rich and so full. And as I was hearing you speak, I was thinking, oh, that's in Dr. Nader's book, The Power of Caring, and that's in Dr. Nader's book, The Power of Caring, and that's in Dr. Nader's book, The Power of Caring. So I'd like to bring Dr. Nader on to comment. And Dr. Tony Nader, for those of you who do not yet know, is a Harvard and MIT trained neuroscientist and medical doctor. He was asked by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, who introduced transcendental meditation in 1958, in 2008 to be his successor, to run the TM organization in over 100 countries. And he's an extraordinary human being and a great friend, and also a best-selling author and author of this book, which you referred to, The Power of Caring. And so I'd like to turn this over to Dr. Nader to give us your comments.
It's wonderful. Thank you, Marisa. You presented it in such a beautiful way with deep examples, lived examples. So what I feel I wrote about is something that you embody and that you have lived and you experienced. So thank you for being here. There is no point to repeat what you said because it's all quite full and complete and inspiring and very, very profound and true. I like to recall a story of a person who was a prisoner who was actually a criminal and who learned transcendental meditation, which is a technique that we teach that allows the mind to settle beyond the surface value and go deep within oneself. And this person who was really considering themselves a bad person learned transcendental meditation and changed their life completely and actually became a wonderful person, was released and really had something very important and started caring and taking care of themselves and others. And when interviewed about what happened, he said, I used to think that I am a criminal because I was always told that I am bad, that I do bad things, etc. And I believed that. So he had those limiting beliefs that you talk about, that these values that kind of structure the personality of that person. And no amount of actually talking to them actually had helped because they are based on something they really have deeply within. Although, of course, you know, great help and guidance and support would help. But just to add one aspect to what makes a difference in one's subconscious and one's belief who one is a direct experience of something within us that is very deep and profound. And that is what this person said. He said, when I learned transcendental meditation, my mind settled down, and I experienced within myself a state of such peace and harmony and silence and softness that I never imagined could be within me, that this is something that is part of who I am. Because they imagine themselves always as somebody who's not good, who's bad. And therefore, this direct experience of the self rising to give to that person that there is something within us that is much deeper, that is much softer, much more holistic, is something we have seen experienced in literally millions of people, not to that extent, of course, but to the extent of removing the presupposed idea of the limitations that we have. And when we draw on that inner ground of deep sense of stability and strength, but also on the basis of softness and deep feeling within, then caring comes from a natural way about oneself. One starts loving oneself. And you said this so beautifully, that it's important to know how to accept oneself and love oneself. And of course, ways to do it is to talk to oneself in those terms, to inspire oneself, to be convinced intellectually. But there is one thing that we have found amazing, and that is the direct experience of the self as being something much bigger than we ever imagined. And direct experience is something so convincing that we see such amazing transformation as we have seen in this person who had become a wonderful person, who had became a positive force in society, who cared from a deep level within. And this is one of the things I like to highlight and add, as presented in the book, The Power of Caring, and that is conscious caring is something that comes from within, as you beautifully explained from different perspectives. But conscious caring is something that flows from also the sense of oneness, of unity with the other. This is where true love comes. Love is a unifying force that puts together things that are sometimes completely opposite on the outside, on the surface. But when one sees that it's the same consciousness, the same awareness, expressing itself in different aspects of life, one embraces the other as part of oneself, and then the caring becomes effortless and spontaneous and most fulfilling. So thank you for your overview of the different angles and to share with us these very, very important points about caring, love, connection, and going beyond the small self into a bigger self by embracing others as oneself.
Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for writing such a lovely book. And if it helps people care, then you've done something amazing. So your giving is all about receiving too.
Now, I'd like you both to comment because we're running out of time, but just this from the Bible, love thy neighbor as thyself. So it seems as if obviously you have to love yourself, and then so Marci, could you comment on that? Love thy neighbor as thyself.
Well, the real Bible, the Aramaic Maya, shows that many things were misinterpreted. So when it says the meek will inherit the earth, meek is Aramaic for a spiritual open person. So a lot of people think it means love your neighbor more, but it means love your neighbor to the extent you love yourself. Again, you can't give from an empty cup. If you can't love yourself, how can you love your neighbor? But when you love yourself, love your neighbor, love your community, give and receive and give.
Dr. Nader, your final comments. I would say go ahead, Deb. You want to say something?
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's exactly as Marisa said. But we can take it a little kind of to a more, if you want, worldview, philosophical level on which I have worked, consciousness and the primacy of consciousness and the unity of life, and say that when somebody tells you love your neighbor as yourself, it can be seen as a moral dictum, a moral inspiration, so you should do good, you should do that, which it is, of course. But you can look back and say, why am I loving my neighbor as myself? And that is because my neighbor is also part of myself. And that is a worldview where consciousness is a field that expresses itself in different individuals differently. So consciousness wearing different faces, but it is the same consciousness. It's the same light that light my awareness, that lights everybody else's and everything else's awareness and interaction. And so basically what I see in this saying, it's a instruction, it's a guidance, it's a knowledge that the other is actually yourself. And so if you want to do the right thing, know that the other is yourself, and then the action comes spontaneously to love them and behave towards them because they are yourself, and that's how you behave towards yourself.
Marissa, thank you, Dr. Nader. Marissa, any final words?
Yeah, I think always ask a question. What could I do to make a difference? Something so small to you, taking over some cookies to your neighbor, mowing their lawn when you've got your lawn, washing their window when you're washing yours, just saying, hey, I'm going to the store, can I get you anything? Sometimes it's the tiny things that make a difference. We have a lot of old people who say, I have no one to speak to for the whole day, no one to say hello to. So just taking 5 minutes to knock on someone's door and say, hey, can I get you something at the store? Walking someone's dog, helping someone out that is struggling. I'll give you an example. One of my dear friends had cancer, and she said, I don't want any help. I'm bombarded here with what everyone's giving me advice. And there was a great book called Your Life in Your Hands. So I took that book and I read it and I highlighted all the bits and I gave it and I said, darling, I know when you're sick, it's hard to read. I've read it for you. And here's just the bit. She said, that was the most amazing gift. It was just a simple thing to do. It's like when someone is ill, take round a casserole and leave it on their doorstep, offer to do their laundry. We forget that the little tiny things, just saying, hey, I've come around and fed the cat, I've changed the cat litter, I've put a wash on for you. My daughter just had a baby 2 weeks ago, and I noticed that, just saying, hey, I've just put on a wash and I fed the cat and I've washed the cat's wash. Because Mum, that's made such a difference. So we forget that the little things stack up. So ask yourself a question, what could I do to love my neighbor? What am I doing? And what could I do? And it could be the smallest thing, the tiniest thing. Open their mailbox and walk it to their front door if they're not well or they're elderly or they're tired. So always ask, what can I do? It's like that. Not what can your country do for you? What can you do for your country? Not what your neighbor can do. What can you do for your neighbor, for your community? Some people say, I'm so lonely. And well, what are you doing about it? Oh, nothing. Have you thought of putting a note up on the village board, offering to dog walk or babysit or drop in or get someone shopping? Because if you're lonely in a community, give. And you'll never be lonely. Just find something little that you can do. Pick someone up and drive them to church on a Sunday. Loneliness, we have to be responsible. The word responsible means an ability to respond. If I have responsibility, I can be responsible for helping others. And in helping people who are lonely, I'm not lonely anymore. So in helping others, we help ourselves. And if it feels
Beautiful.
good, that's a
Beautiful.
sign you're doing the right thing.
Final word, Dr. Nader?
Beautiful. I'll just take from what Marissa said and say that it ripples, which means even these small acts of kindness, small acts of love, small acts of care, they don't stay just with that person. When you act towards somebody in such loving or caring way, they will tend to act in loving, caring ways towards others. And that has been researched. It's called behavioral contagion or emotional contagion even. And that carries far and more than one can directly imagine or see directly through the person that we meet and to whom we respond with love or act in a caring way. So the ripple effect is very powerful, and even small acts of care like that can transform the world.
It's so beautiful. Thank you both very much. And Marissa, there's just something about, I'm sure you're told this all the time, your voice, your demeanor, your presence. It's so soothing, it's so compassionate, it's so sort of the embodiment of caring. I really appreciate you very much, and I can understand how you're appreciated so much all over the world. So I want to thank you very much for that. And
Thank you.
yes. I want to remind everyone that if this conversation and the previous conversations have been meaningful for you and you'd like to continue the conversation, Dr. Nader's book is now available on Amazon, The Power of Caring: Who Cares, Why It Matters, and How Conscious Caring Creates a Fulfilling and Connected Life. Extraordinary book, and you'll find a lot of Marissa's messages in there. Just scan the QR code on your screen to purchase the book. Along with your copy, you'll receive access to Dr. Nader's private VIP session, as well as more than $500 in bonus gifts generously provided by today's speakers. Marci Shimoff has contributed a curated collection of her most popular transformational resources, including masterclasses and exclusive trainings. Now, join us right here as the next part of the Power of Caring Extravaganza continues. Just had an incredible discussion with Marci Shimoff, and now I'm very happy to welcome a very dear friend of mine who I've known for a very long time, the wonderful Marci Shimoff, to talk with us about her perspective and her insights on what creates not just happiness, but lasting happiness. So I'm going to give you a little background on Marci. For decades, Marci Shimoff has inspired millions of people around the world to discover that true happiness doesn't come from circumstances. It comes from the way we choose to live with others. Marci Shimoff is a New York Times #1 best-selling author, transformational teacher, and one of the world's leading experts on happiness, unconditional love, and living a miraculous life. Her books have inspired millions of readers around the globe to experience greater joy and fulfillment. And then following Marci's brief comments, we're going to welcome back Dr. Tony Nader for an in-depth conversation with Marci about true happiness and true caring. So please join me in welcoming a wonderful person, a deeply wise soul, Marci Shimoff. So Marci, talk to us about happiness and the power of caring.
Well, thank you, Bob. It's so great to get to be here with you. And I'm so happy to be here talking about the power of caring. You know, what a wonderful theme to have our attention on. And I want to start by sharing with you a story I was told by one of my great mentors, Jean Houston. Jean was often referred to as the mother of the human potential movement. And one of Jean's mentors and dearest friends was the legendary anthropologist Margaret Mead. And Jean told me that someone once asked Margaret Mead what she considered to be the earliest sign of civilization. And most people in the audience expected her to say, well, clay pots or grinding stones or other tools, but she didn't. She spoke about the discovery of a 15,000-year-old human femur, a thigh bone, that had been broken and then healed. And she explained that in the animal kingdom, a broken leg almost always means death. The animal can't hunt, they can't get food, they can't escape predators, and they don't survive. But a healed femur meant something extraordinary happened. It meant that another person stayed behind to care for that injured person. Someone protected them, they brought them food, they cared for them until they were healed. And Margaret Mead said that helping someone else through difficulty is where human civilization begins. That is the power of caring. Caring is one of the things that makes life most meaningful. It connects us to ourselves, it connects us to each other, it really connects us to the oneness of life. And I have had the privilege of getting to spend the last 25 years studying the field of happiness. I wrote a book called Happy for No Reason, and I want to today share a little bit of the correlation between happiness and caring. But first, I should define what I mean by happy for no reason. I do not mean that you're walking around 24/7 with a grin on your face and you're living in some Pollyanna state of denial. What I do mean by happy for no reason is that you have an inner state of peace and well-being that doesn't depend on your circumstances. It doesn't mean you're not going to feel grief if someone dies or an occasional frustration. What it does mean is that you're going to have that inner backdrop of peace and well-being with you no matter what happens. And there is so much research these days on happiness. And for me, one of the most interesting pieces of the research really explained to me about my own happiness and other people's. And that was the discovery of what's called the happiness set point. What science has found is that we each have a set point, a happiness set point. And no matter what happens to us, whether it's good or bad, we're going to return to our happiness set point. It's like a thermostat setting. So you win the lottery, you might be happier for a little while, but within about a year, you would return to your happiness set point. And the same is true of people who have tragedies. They return to their happiness set point. And here's how the set point is determined. It's 50% genetic. Born with it. Now, if you were one of the 50% genetic people that wasn't born happy, don't worry, I've got good news for you coming up. It's 10% and only 10% your circumstances. That is such a tiny piece of the pie, and yet that's what everybody's chasing after to get happier. But it's only 10%. The other 40%, which is where our big leverage is our habits of thoughts and behavior. That's the biggest place where our happiness can be shifted. But I'm going to take this a step further and say that there are scientists in the field of epigenetics, like Dr. Bruce Lipton, who wrote The Biology of Belief. And they have found that when we change our habits, that can influence or change our genes, our DNA. So that means that up to 90% of our happiness can be shifted by shifting our habits. The biggest difference between happy people and everybody else is their habits. And one of the main happiness habits is living with an open heart. I have never met a happy person who had a closed heart. Happy people, they are kind, they are generous, they forgive, they are loving with others and with themselves. So caring is part of that open-heartedness. Caring actually makes us happier. It's interesting because happier people are more caring, and caring actually also makes us happier. Caring naturally just shifts us from isolation to connection, and connection is one of the greatest contributors to happiness. And caring just doesn't just affect the other people around us, it transforms us. There's research done that shows that acts of kindness and compassion and caring benefit the giver as much as the receiver. There's a phenomenon called the helper's high, where you perform acts of kindness and it releases endorphins, one of the happiness chemicals. It activates parts of the brain that are associated with joy and connection. And I want to share with you a story from one of the Chicken Soup for the Soul books that I worked on that has always touched me. And it's about the quality of caring. It's about a daughter who was caring for her elderly father, and his health was getting worse and worse. And every day her life revolved around giving him the medications and taking him to doctor's appointments and feeding him meals and all the responsibilities. And she just found herself becoming really tired and drained and feeling less like a loving daughter and more like a manager of tasks. And one afternoon, she was just kind of feeling overwhelmed. And she sat down at the kitchen table. She picked up a piece of yellow origami paper and she sat next to her father at the table, and she started slowly folding this origami paper into a small paper crane. And she placed this golden crane on the windowsill where the sunlight caught it. It was right next to her father. And her father smiled, and he reached out his frail hands to just gently touch the wings of the crane. And in that moment, she realized something profound, that it wasn't just his body that needed caring. He needed to be seen, to be loved, to be brought into these simple moments of joy. So that became a tradition. Every day she would fold an origami crane for him, and it made them both so happy. And before long, that windowsill was filled with this vibrant, colorful flock of paper cranes. Well, a while later, he passed away, and she was packing up his bedroom, and she found a box that was tucked away in his bedside drawer. And when she opened it up, she saw that he had carefully saved every single paper crane that she had made for him. To him, they weren't scraps of paper, they were love made visible. So caring isn't just about doing tasks for people, it's about honoring people's basic need for love and for connection. But there is one caveat about all of this, where caring can, I think, go south. And that is when it gets into a place of over caring. There's a group called the Institute of Heart Math, and there are among the world's leaders researchers on the heart and happiness. And this is where I learned the phrase over caring was from them. It's about getting too attached to an outcome and where we lose our energy and where we go from compassion to stress. And so it's not about over caring or about putting other people first. That leads to overdoing and burnout. Care has to start with ourselves first. Compassion for ourselves, nurturing ourselves, taking care of ourselves emotionally and physically and spiritually. Then we have more that we can give to others, because we can't continually pour from an empty cup. That old analogy, we have to fill up our cup first. And that's why happiness matters. The happier we are, the more we can genuinely, truly care for others. And I'm often asked, is it selfish to want to be happier? And my answer is, it's the least selfish thing that you can do, to be happier, to raise your own consciousness. Because there is a phenomenon called emotional contagion. And it says that we catch the emotions of the people around us just like we catch a cold. And we are always emitting those emotions. And it says that we affect the emotional state of 5 people out from us, at least, our happiness. So if you're happier, you're affecting your neighbor's son's school teacher's cousin. I actually think it goes out farther than that, but that's what the research has shown so far. So our happiness matters. And I want to close with a Chinese proverb that really captures why caring and happiness matters. And it goes like this. It says, when there is light in the soul, there will be beauty in the person. When there is beauty in the person, there will be harmony in the house. When there is harmony in the house, there will be order in the nation. And when there is order in the nation, there will be peace in this world. And my prayer and my wish for every single one of us is that we know that light in our own souls. And through that, we are able to give, to care, and we create more peace here on this planet of ours.
Marci Shimoff, that was gorgeous. You are extraordinarily beautiful soul friend. So grateful that you took time to share this with us. And now I'd like to ask Dr. Tony Nader, who I've introduced prior to this, who heads up the Worldwide Transcendental Meditation Organization. And he's also a Harvard and MIT trained medical doctor and neuroscientist who is a best-selling author. And he's done considerable research on mind, body, behavior, emotions. And Dr. Nader, I'd love for you to comment, just start this conversation by commenting on Marci's remarks.
I just want to thank Marci for this amazing work that she's done and the amazing presentation that she's used. I think truth is one, ultimate reality is one, and ultimate being is one reality. So she presented it from the language of happiness, the language of care, and it can be presented also from the language of neuroscience, can be presented from the language of philosophy, of religion, of behavioral studies, of spirituality, of all kinds of angles with different words. But I think in a capsule, she presented a wonderful understanding of behavior and how it leads to fulfillment and satisfaction and the growth of the self, the expansion of the self. I like to use some terms that are very similar, which are described from different perspectives. For example, between, caring and overwhelm, or caring and carrying, for example. We often carry things that are not ours to do, and we think that if we carry the other person's problem, that is how we can solve it. And there is a difference between caring and carrying. So we have to be settled within ourselves. And as the beautiful example she has presented to us about the Chinese proverb, which starts from the light inside. So what does it take to actually be able to behave in a proper way? What does it take to be happy? What does it take to be fulfilled and be able to then share that happiness, that fulfillment, and the care that comes from it naturally? And what it takes is an inner ground that is stable, an inner space that is inside of us, because we are wired to care. This is part of the beautiful starting point that Marci gave us about the healing. And that means there was somebody who took care of somebody. And this is how the actual species, the human species, was able to overcome challenges in the jungle and other species that were much stronger than them by being together. And that's why evolution has supported those who actually cared for each other. In that example, that person was cared for, then you had two people or maybe others who were cared for that can form a little group, community that can be stronger than an individual that is isolated. So caring is actually built within us. We have, bonding hormones that are released, oxytocin, reinforcing hormones, dopamine, and she mentioned the feel well hormones, endorphins, serotonin, parasympathetic system that actually influence our health and well-being. And so the techniques ultimately is to go back to the self, release the stresses and strains, and what we present as one of the great techniques is transcendental meditation, which allows us to settle deep within and experience the self with a big S and start seeing the other as part of ourself. And that happens spontaneously with the depths of inner being. So the ability to behave in a certain way so that those 40% or the numbers that Marci has beautifully described for us become actually effortless. And it's not a question necessarily of how to learn to do something, which is also important, and we take the guidance from great scientists and researchers such as Marci. There are guidelines and there are things to do, but when they are done on a platform of inner being, which starts seeing the other as part of oneself, then the connectedness grows and the care and happiness come together in an effortless, natural way. So thank you, Marci. A delight to hear you.
Thank you, Dr. Nader.
Absolutely beautiful. Marci, now your comments on what Dr. Nader just said.
Well, my goodness, I couldn't agree more. I mean, Dr. Nader, all of your work, I've just always been so inspired by and gotten so much from. And this new book, The Power of Caring, is fantastic. I've also had the opportunity to get to interview you with that. And I agree. Everything starts inside. When I say that happy for no reason is a state of unconditional happiness, it's based on consciousness. It's that inner state of peace and well-being that we carry with us. It doesn't change. And thank goodness I found transcendental meditation when I was 16 years old and started meditating then. And to me, that is the foundation of all happiness, is consciousness. That's true happiness. We live in a society where we think that the happiness is going to come from out there. And if that were true, if happiness came from money, fame, status, we'd have a lot more happy people in Hollywood. I call that happy for good reason. There's nothing wrong with having great things in life. We would, yeah, I believe in the great things, but from the basis of an inner state of peace and well-being, our inner consciousness, that from there, naturally the outer flows. You know, there's this inner quality of life that from which the outer comes. And that's just what you're speaking about, Dr. Nader, with this.
Didn't the Greeks talk about hedonia and eudaimonia and the hedonic treadmill? Dr. Nader, you want to comment on that? And then I'd like to also hear Marci's comment on that. Because this has been in principle, you know, the Greek beginning of Western civilization, Western philosophy. Would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, eudaimonia, and you know, we can translate it into a life well lived, which is a beautiful expression, I think. What is a life well lived? What is the meaning of life? Why are we here? Where are we going? Why we make our decisions? And how a life well lived from within, and a caring and expanding the self, leads to the fulfillment of the purpose of life, and that is why happiness grows. So happiness grows not because, and again, I'm maybe repeating some of what the great Marci Shimoff has worked on her whole life, which is it doesn't come from owning things or having things alone. You know, having things, owning things is fine. Happiness and eudaimonia, or this fulfilling life, comes from feeling of expansion of consciousness, expansion of the self, which means feeling of being more rather than having more. Having more sometimes is associated with being more, and that is fine. There is nothing against having more. It's beautiful and it's necessary sometimes, but that is not the purpose of why we grow, why we feel happier, why we feel that things are improving all the time. You know, as Marci beautifully said, you achieve something and then you go back to a reset point. You achieve something and go back to your reset point. This reset point is how far have you been in your own evolution. And I would like to argue and think with Marci more how this reset point can be increased, which means how I become more and I become more. And by I become more means my consciousness expands, my understanding, my connectedness, my feeling one with a bigger reality than my smallness. And that is where care also comes into play. And that by being more and improving and expanding consciousness, this is where happiness increases, and that is where we feel it's a life well lived. It's eudaimonia, feeling of contentment and satisfaction from within and from without. We like to talk of 200% of life, inner and outer. And I think great people like Marci contribute deeply to all these aspects.
I can say that because I've known Marci for decades, and she is that person. She's that 200% of life. Marci, would you like to comment? We're coming towards the end, but you're
absolutely. You know, I'm so appreciate what you said, Dr. Nader, about consciousness being the ultimate, the most important piece. When I did my research on happiness, I found there were 7 main areas of happiness, habits. And the most important one, I interviewed 100 unconditionally happy people. And I wish I had gotten to interview you back then, but you certainly would have been in that group. And what I found is that the most important of all was that sense of connectedness to all of life, that sense of oneness that you spoke about, that is, in fact, the biggest predictor of a sense of happiness, is that feeling that I am one with all of life. And that is comes from the development of consciousness.
And I think one of the things that I'll give you both final comments, your final remarks. So people always have that thing about caring, and then there's the compassionate burnout, and that's a fine line there. So we're talking about the importance of caring. So final comments for everyone, tips that they might take with them on how not to. You want to care, Dr. Nader, you say it great, not caring more, but caring better. So first Marci and then Dr. Nader.
Well, there's a couple things I would say. One is, you know, I really believe when you do what's right for you, it's right for everyone. Now, that might not look that way, but it is true. And so, in the moment, stop, put your hand on your heart, ask, what's the most loving thing I could do for myself right now? Be caring for yourself. And as you do that, it will naturally be caring for other people. And then the other thing I have to say is, the fast track to happiness. People always ask me if there's one thing: gratitude. In this moment, what am I grateful for? There is so much right now. In fact, if people right now could just feel into your heart, what are you grateful for in this moment? You might even want to write it into the chat. That right away shifts your consciousness and your attention.
Dr. Nader.
Beautiful, Marci. I just embrace what you said and maybe add a couple of words, and that is maybe saying it in a different way. It's also ask yourself, what is mine to care for today? Not just carry the whole world and the whole problems and feel responsible for everything. This is where you get overwhelmed and overloaded. Accept that caring for the self is very important, but also accept that boundaries are not walls. It doesn't mean that if you ask yourself to put limitations based on what your capacity is today, what your responsibility is today, it doesn't mean you are not caring. It means you are saving yourself for caring more and more rather than collapsing. And we have had examples, we're at the end of our discussion, but I've had an example also of a daughter who was so caring for her much elderly, both were kind of advanced in age, for her elderly mother, that the daughter, unfortunately ended up dying before the mother because she didn't know how to take care of herself, and her giving was wonderful, but it was carrying too much, and therefore it didn't give her a sustainable caring. So it joins what Marci has said. Ask yourself with discernment, what is mine to do, what is not mine to do, and trust life that every ripple will carry itself far away. If you spread kindness and happiness, you create greater coherence. If you spread other things, then other things will kind of flourish in one's life.
Really beautiful. And both of you, this conversation, particularly Dr. Nader, when you said discernment, if I may say something, I remember 30, 40 years ago, I was in a press conference with Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, who you both know, who entered, obviously, because Dr. Nader is the successor of Maharishi for his worldwide TM organization. But a reporter asked Maharishi, what was the single most important quality or characteristic that a person needed to have to live a fulfilled, healthy, happy life? And I thought, compassion and love. And Maharishi said, discernment. It's the ability to make the right choices, small and large, every moment and every day in your life that brings that happiness, that brings that health, that brings that. And then he talked about how as we develop consciousness, then we don't even have to make the conscious choice. The discernment, he talked about spontaneous right action. So we actually have 2 more minutes. Marci, what is your thoughts on that? And then Dr. Nader, that spontaneous right action.
So exquisite, Bob. I just love that. Discernment is the ability to really see what is right for me, as Dr. Nader said, what's mine to carry and what's not mine to carry. And when we do, it comes back to when we do what is right for us, it really serves everyone. That doesn't mean we're not caring. It means we're caring here, and it takes into account other people. And I have to just say, this whole idea of boundaries and being able to say no at the proper time, being able to say yes at the proper time. And it has to do with being in tune with ourselves, being clear in our own awareness, not clouded by what other people are worried about, what other people are going to think, but really connected to all of life, to that source of life, that oneness. Dr. Nader wrote the most beautiful book also about consciousness is all there is. Both your books, The Power of Caring and Consciousness is All There Is, are just exquisite about what really matters the most in life. And this is it. It's this oneness and caring.
Dr. Nader, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Marci. you have lived what I have written about, and that's such a beautiful example for all of us. And you have presented it, explained it, showed it to the world in so many beautiful ways. And the world has embraced you for all great, good reasons. So thank you for being there. And for anyone who's with us, really trust that life's nature is blissful and on its basis and its fundamental aspects, and that it's just for us to flow with that fullness that is already within us, express that, live it, experience it, and then it flows in the most natural way for a life to be lived in wholeness and to be lived in a meaningful way.
Well, this is a conversation that could go on for many hours. I think this is a sort of a cosmic love fest here, if I may use that big words, but thank you both very much. I mean, Marci Shimoff, you're, as I keep saying, of course, I have a bias because I've loved and appreciated you for decades, and hearing you just now, what a joy. And Dr. Nader, your work around the world to bring transcendental meditation and all these programs to the whole global population, 9 billion people, and the great success that you have, and the fact that Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, who brought transcendental meditation to the world, selected you of all the millions of people who practice TM. It's an honor for me personally. It's an honor for all of us to hear your words. So thank you both very much. Some of you have written and said, how do I get a hold of Dr. Nader's book, The Power of Caring? Simply scan the QR code on your screen to purchase your copy. Along with the book, you'll receive an invitation to Dr. Nader's exclusive live VIP session immediately following today's extravaganza, as well as a wonderful collection of bonus gifts from today's featured speakers. Janet Attwood is offering her acclaimed Discover Your Passions video training program and workbook, while Marci Shimoff's Happy for No Reason workbook offers practical exercises to help you cultivate greater happiness, resilience, and well-being every day. Thank you for being with us. Now let's continue the journey and welcome our next featured speaker. More than 4 decades exploring a fascinating question. How do we move beyond simply understanding transformation intellectually and actually embody it? Dr. Sue has become a leading voice in bridging science, energy, medicine, consciousness, and self-healing. According to Dr. Sue, caring is more than an idea, it's something we embody. Dr. Sue is an internationally acclaimed speaker, New York Times bestselling author, and founder of the Morter Institute for Bioenergetics. Please join me in warmly welcoming an incredible person, Dr. Sue, as she shares embodying consciousness of caring and our power to heal.
Thank you so much, Bob. It is a joy to be here. And what a wonderful gathering of people, concepts, ideas to activate and stimulate the truth of who we are. And I'm honored to be a part of that. Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to be with you. I want to congratulate you on saying yes to yourself by being here, because you know deep inside that there is something abrew in these times where the world seems so complex and things are changing so rapidly. It is a challenge for us to land and to feel solid and secure in something, because we cannot depend upon the things that we used to depend upon in order to feel a sense of stability and certainty in the world. And what we know is that that too is by divine design, believe it or not. That it is a perfect time in our lives, in our evolution, for us to not be able to count on the outer world like we used to, because it is causing us to think differently. It's causing us to look in different places for the solutions. And when we don't know what to trust, or we don't know where to go, or we don't know what to do, when we finally drop inside and allow for something within to have greater significance than it used to, because the outer world isn't something to be able to depend upon so much, what we actually discover is Grand Central Station on our ability to heal and to transform our lives and to be present for a wobbling humanity at this time. And so when we do drop more deeply inside, we not only find what we've always been looking for, we amplify it. And when we amplify what I'm going to call deep care, we begin to see through different eyes. We're living in a world where people are trying to regulate their nervous systems as if their nervous system doesn't know how to regulate itself. We live in a world where people are searching and seeking and striving all the time. And that very effort in that way can dysregulate everything that we're actually meant to be living inside of in a beautiful and fluid manner. What we know is that everything is built on energy. Our entire reality is energy. The chair that you're sitting in right now is actually compressed energy. Your physical body is energy that is compressed as well. We know in the physical world that all physical matter is energy compressed. And what we also know about energy is that it's alive, it's awake, that there are aspects of this field of energy that are pure consciousness itself. Everything that we are drawing upon is consciousness. It's hard to imagine when we look out into the world and we see chaos and disarray and so much that is difficult to relate to, that it's made of the same stuff that our deep internal loving nature is made of. What we know about the unified field of energy is that if you put all the energies together of everything that you ever experience, it's called the unified field. We'll just talk about it that way for a moment. And we know that this unified field of energy, the all of the all, if you will, compresses into physical form. And on its way, it goes through several renditions of itself. And so our emotions are energies. Our thoughts are energies of a different, slightly different frequency. And our physical bodies and our chemistry, they're all different vibrational radio stations, if you will, of this same one field. And so as this field folds in upon itself and generates this physical human system, there are vibrational frequencies within this system that are running your life. Some of them are conscious, you're aware of them. Some of them are subconscious, you're here to awaken them. And when we do, we start to embrace the whole of creation. A byproduct of that is caring is a way that we embody this. A byproduct of all of this is we become masterful in our lives. We become capable of healing things that have been plaguing us forever, or for as long as we can remember, perhaps, or ever since that thing happened a few years ago that has seemingly derailed you in some way. What I really want to impress upon you in these few moments that I have with you is that when we start compressing that unified field on its journey on this through line to physical matter, the very first compression creates a vibrational frequency that we call love. And so when we are tending in a loving way, we are actually reaching a vibrational reality that is as large and comprehensive as we can possibly access and still be in physical form. So what this does is shines a spotlight on love. How do we access love when we don't feel loving? How do we feel love or allow love to be a part of our everyday reality when the world is looking like it is and we want to just retract and hide from it, move away from these things that are happening that are so abrupt or abrasive or unrelatable in some way? The beautiful, magical vibrational frequency of simply caring, of leaning in, of opening our hearts and our minds at the same time. What happens is we allow this through line from the unified field to here, from the heavens, if you will, to here, from all of the all, from source to self. We open a gateway between the worlds. And by caring, by simply compassionately, patiently with ourselves first, and then, of course, it will ripple effect into our ability to care for others because we're regulating our nervous system by breathing deeply, slowing down, being present for actually what we're authentically feeling, and honoring that in the most beautiful of ways by stepping into it, by embodying what is authentic and true and clear for each and every one of us in the real moment. When we do that, even if the authenticity is focused for a moment on how afraid I am of what's happening in the world, the authenticity itself is within this family of vibrations of caring and loving, that it allows for us to open a doorway, as if to honor what we're feeling, as if it's valid and part of the solution. And so we wonder, like, how could honoring my fear or honoring my anger or honoring my hesitancy be a solution to my problems? Here's what happens. When we place our attention on what's actually happening for us, we begin to bring love present to that moment, to that scenario. And that love is the vibrational frequency that disentangles it on a quantum level, that allows energy to flow again. And even if you don't know what to do any differently in the next moment, it doesn't matter, because you've put yourself in presence. You've put yourself in a vibrational frequency, in a realm, in a reality where solution is intended. We generate problems with our minds. We can generate solution with our mind by placing our mind on love. And when you place the mind and the heart together, what comes is care. And when we're devoted to caring, it means we're devoted to keeping the doorway open, that doorway that slams shut when we think that our external circumstances are bigger than us. They're not. Those external circumstances are here to show you the greatness of your being, one that has gotten subsided, suppressed, marginalized, because we got locked into fight or flight, and we are in a survival status all the time. And inside of that, love, caring, healing seems worlds away. But all we have to do is pause for a moment and take a deep breath and become aware of what's actually happening through our systems in this moment. And there's a brain in the gut that is picking up on vibrational frequencies from this field and translating them into chemistries and neurotransmitters and hormonal sequences that are on the rise up through the system. And they pass through a brain in your heart, which assigns and regulates and starts to organize them into what actually matters most in our lives. And that filter then allows for this energy to rise to a state of consciousness of the brain in our heads, which allows us to see clearly through the disorganization and the disarray, the crazy that's happening in the outer world. And we see with different eyes. Caring is what turns that system on. Being curious, being devoted to solution, being devoted to love, and allowing that love to be occupying the space in between each and every one of us, in between each and every one of our own thoughts, and in between all of the activities that are happening in this world. We are here as the solution. And when we begin to recognize that, we, of course, are the embodiment of the highest principle on earth, the walking and talking and living and breathing and caring, loving presence that we are all seeking. It's right inside. All we have to do is learn how to drop in and allow it to have more significance than it's had in our lives previously. So hopefully this little message here is a way to begin thinking in terms of we come as the field of energy of infinite possibilities. We are the light coming into the density itself. And so embodiment is the key. When we drop in, breathe deeply in the body, and learn how to anchor ourselves here in the physical, we literally are emanating and radiating the solution that we've been seeking and that those around us are still seeking. And in this way, we become a lighthouse for all. So hopefully this is helpful to begin our conversation today.
Thank you, Dr. Sue. That was extraordinary. So beautiful. I can see why so many people, millions of people all over the world love you so much. Because of not just your personality, obviously your radiant personality, but the wisdom that you present in such an accessible way. And I love to bring in Dr. Nader because I feel Dr. Tony Nader is an MIT and Harvard trained neuroscientist and medical doctor. He's a New York Times bestselling author of the book Consciousness is All There Is. He's also written the new book, The Power of Caring. and he heads up the International TM organization in over 100 countries. So as far as caring goes, he's
Yes.
responsible for the whole world learning to meditate. So it's a big heart he has as well. So Dr. Nader,
Indeed.
if you would like to respond or comment, I know you're excited to do that, on what Dr. Sue has just said.
Absolutely. And I want to start with the good news that the world is better than what we think, because there are Sue Morters in it who realize what ultimate reality is and how to bring it out to life. It's so beautiful that this rejoins also the ancient traditions, contemplative traditions, as well as all what we could call relatively modern systems of thinking and believing when they are taken to their most spiritual essence. And they all rejoin in saying that there is a field of being, which, as she expressed, is consciousness, and it appears in different layers of appreciation, on the mind level, as a thought, on the quantum level, on the quantum mechanical, quantum field levels, unified field in its most profound level, and then particles and objects that appear and join together and form this great symphony of creation. And it's very beautiful to comment briefly on the fact that everything is consciousness, in fact. So reality, when we say there are objects and there are observers that observe that object, in reality, everything is an observer. Only when we look ourselves at another observer, we see that observer as an object of our perception. So when we perceive something, we look at something, we are the seer, we are the observer, and we are looking in truth at another aspect of consciousness, be it a tiny, meager consciousness, maybe in a molecule or a cell, or a higher consciousness in a plant or an animal, or a much higher even in a human being. It's all expressions of consciousness looking at each other. And this is where you get the observer and the observed. What is observer look at something else and see it as an object? And that is where the connection comes, and that is the process of observing, we can say, if we want to use technical term. But in true essence, that process is what we call love, and that Dr. Morter has beautifully highlighted. Love is the link, the connectedness. So whatever you put your attention on is an act of connecting, an act of linking. And linking and connecting is what love is. Ultimately, love melts into the other, and that is supreme love, where you see the other as yourself. And that is because this is the truth of reality. Reality is that everything is an expression of that field, which means whatever I look at is also the field. I am the field from a certain point of view, from a certain dynamics. You are the field from a different point of view, a different dynamic. And what connects us and links us is the forces of that field, the dynamism that creates the manifestation of life. And that dynamism is the power of love. And therefore, in caring, one is caring truly, ultimately, always for one aspect of oneself that seems to look different on the surface level. And I feel Dr. Morter highlights that, embodies that, teaches that, and beautifully expresses it. And so it's a delight to see that with people like her, I think we have a good news for the world, because we hear so much of complications, so many difficulties, so many things, because, you know, the media tends to look at things from a dramatic perspective, and that outrage gets people awake and their adrenaline going, and they want to see what's going on. But the reality is the world is going to be better with all that we are talking about, with all that awakening. And we have the anatomy of awakening coming up. So I look forward to having that wonderful book that Dr. Morter is writing or has written. I think it appeared did it appear in March, I guess?
Yes, yes, yes. We brought it out in March, and it's been wonderfully received, and it's made all the bestseller lists. And I'm thrilled that humanity is interested in what we're talking about here today in the ways that they are. So, and thank you.
Beautiful.
So,
I missed it. I was working on my book.
yes, I know you've been a little busy.
Trying to get it out. But we'll look at it, I'm sure, based on what I know and what you've done. It's absolutely amazing. And so really we are, if you want to say, on the same wavelengths. You know, physics used to say there are objects, matter fields, and there are force fields, the bosons and the fermions, whatever. We don't need to go into that. But now they realize it's all unified. So there is no more matter field and force field. And yet the connecting value between two observers is that force field, and it's in its essence, it truly is love. And caring is part of that.
Indeed. It's a way in. It's a way that
Exactly.
people can open that doorway and blend those two fields that we used to think were different, and to animate the bridge in between. And possibilities show up in people's lives when they do that. And not that we care so that something will change and be better. We care because it's our truest nature. And then we expand into the fullness of our being as we do. And then things show up, things change, we heal, opportunities reveal. So when we care just for the sake of caring, we love for the sake of loving. When we just love life and appreciate that, it opens these boundaries that we previously perceived as two separate worlds.
Beautiful. In the book, I thought to call it conscious caring, just to differentiate a little bit from, you know, automatic caring or reflex caring or obligation moral caring, because we are performing and we have to do this thing in the right way. And conscious caring is the caring that comes from the inner ground, from within. And as you say, it's the spontaneous outpour of the evolutionary force of natural law, of the laws of life. You know, you might call it the will of God, you might call it in physics the laws of nature. But this whole universe is about the expansion of happiness, the expansion of well-being through the expansion of consciousness, and these interactions through these links, which are the power of love, the power of connecting, which are caring in its expression through interaction, is something that is very powerful and can change our world. And we look forward that this, what used to be called soft power, to become the true power of transformation.
Yes. This softness and this invisible world are the real world. It's the truth of who we all are. And so when we have an appreciation and a deep care for the essence of life itself, which can be accessed so simply, everyone, it's as simple as appreciating the beauty of the light dancing on the water when you're by the lake or by the ocean. It's the dew on a blade of grass in the morning. It's that sweet smell of springtime in the air. It's that glance that you connect eye to eye with someone in an unexpected moment, or that bright, brilliant love that's just emanating from a newborn. We can practice these vibrational frequencies and become so familiar with them, we notice when we're not dialed in to that reality. And we can familiarize ourselves enough with these energies that it actually becomes our first nature in a reflexive and in a conscious manner, both, so that they're all one and the same, and that we're aware of what's the miracle that's truly unfolding before our eyes all the time, one that we're projecting and participating in as this beautiful observer and witness to the divine unfolding. So thank you so
Dr.
much.
Morter, we
Yeah.
teach we teach transcendental meditation. I don't know if you're aware of it, which is actually
Yes, I am.
aiming at allowing us to see things, because we often say that people wear, glasses that are tinted or colored or shaded or, filters that makes them see the world not from its true perspective, but from a vision that is unfortunately overwhelmed by stress and strain. And so we have to have both levels. First, the clearing of the nervous system, and then at the same time, the ability to point to people the beauty of life and allow their eyes to be able to see them. So we can say that caring for oneself, caring to be healthy, caring to be restful, caring to be clear, caring to transcend, go back to the self, and then project that outward in a world that allows you then, a reality that allows you to see the beauty that is already there, but that sometimes the observer has been so overwhelmed that they are not able to see it.
Yes. And when leaning inward, when withdrawing our senses inward, this process called pratyahara, which is the withdrawal of the senses, so that we're now paying attention internally instead of just being so externally oriented from the beginning. And as we learn to bring, it's not a withdrawal like we withdraw from the world, but it's a gathering inward. And what happens is we generate such consciousness in the core of our being that it continues to magnetize and draw our awareness inward. And then that authenticity that I was speaking of earlier becomes valued, it becomes valuable, it becomes the solution instead of some feeling that we want to outrun or we want to escape or we want to circumvent in some way. We actually utilize the issues that we think we're trying to get away from by caring about how to disentangle them. And we begin to sense and feel a sense of self that allows us to be regulated enough to clear those filters and to see more clearly, out into the world from the true perspective of this divine unfoldment that we are in the midst of and a part of. And so I love that you have written this book. I'm so aware of all of your works in the deep consciousness and the relationship between the human physiology and the aspects of consciousness that are at play all the time in terms of cosmic law, ways that energies come together and work through our lives and through our bodies is a phenomenal discussion. And I love that you are bringing a conversational version of your work forward for the world to be able to tap into such profound truths that all of your work is based on. And I'm thrilled for everyone that has the opportunity to put into their hands this powerful book that is filled with so much truth on a much deeper level than most of what the world is reading and aware of and crossing paths with. And yet you bring it forward in such a loving and grace-filled way that it's accessible to everyone. And this is exactly what we need to open these doorways, to be able to see differently through the filters that each and every one of us have honed and carved and put into place for purposes of protecting ourselves. And now those filters can be honed a little more in a refined fashion, and we can see the beauty right through the very distortions that we inadvertently created earlier in our lives. And by doing so, we have an even greater appreciation for what is possible for us because of what we've been through and because of the distortions that we created and the misperceptions that we've been living under. Because of that, we're more. We can awaken. And so I just want everyone to know that it's never too late, that it's not that you've been living in a version of life that was caring but wasn't getting you anywhere. And so perhaps you even, drew the curtains on caring and suppress that a little bit in order to protect yourselves even more. At the end of the day, all you have to do is care about opening that veil again. And through the processes that Dr. Tony, you are offering, people are able to be in that and feel the confidence to unveil and to reveal and to really come forward again, closer and closer to the expression of our true nature than we were before. And in light of that, we recognize that we are at the helm of our own destiny, truly, that we have the capacity to improve the quality of our lives page by page by page with your new book. So I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled for humanity to have this in their hands.
How wonderful. Thank you for your expressions. Maybe Bob, we didn't let him participate.
No.
We were so
I've
engaged together.
I've been sitting here just smiling. What's the Yiddish word? Kvelling. Just enjoying everything go more. But we sadly do have to come to a close at this, right here, at this part of the conversation. But Dr. Sue, there's a term in Sanskrit called namarupa, which means name and form. And you're always looking for someone who says they have a message, but you want the messenger to embody the purity of that message. And as I was listening to you and watching you speak, it was very clear that what you're saying and the passion with which you're speaking comes from, conscious caring, as Dr. Nader has said, and it's really beautiful. And we have just a minute. I want to see if Dr. Nader, if you have some final comments you want to leave this discussion with, but from my side and on behalf of everyone, I wanted to thank you, Dr. Sue, for who you are and what you mean, as Dr. Nader said at the beginning, what you mean in the world today.
Oh, thank you so much. It's an honor and a great joy to be here supporting everyone in the world, and definitely by tapping into this great work of deep care and allowing that to have a pathway in this world. With everything I have, I'm certainly in support of that. So thank you for having me here today.
Thank you, Dr. Morter, for being with us. Bob said it all. You are an expression of what you're saying, and what you're saying is sublime. I want to just maybe go back to few words that Marishi Mahesh, who's the founder of the program, who has been the guide and inspiration for my work, who simply used to say, water the root to enjoy the fruit. And that is what you mentioned. It's not withdrawal, it's watering that which allows us to have all possibilities on the outer level, and that is our deep inner self. So to go back to the self so that we can project with greater power. It's also like pulling the arrow back on the bow so that it can hit the target with force. And that is the beauty of conscious caring and of awakening that knowledge that you are speaking about, and that we all share together as a truth that can make a difference, a big difference in our world.
Yes, indeed. Blessings to all of your endeavors, and thank you so much for bringing yet another great work to the world. I'm thrilled for everyone, and will certainly do my part in letting everyone know about this great opening. So thank you for having me, Dr. Tony.
This is sort of a little divine love fest going on.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Yes,
no,
really,
I love you
really.
more.
Yeah, no. You couldn't possibly. So, okay, to continue on. As I've said throughout this extraordinary extravaganza, if today's conversation has inspired you, you'll want to continue exploring these ideas with Dr. Tony Nader's new book, The Power of Caring, beautifully weaves together science, timeless wisdom, and practical tools, and so many of the deep insights from Dr. Sue for living a more connected, compassionate, and fulfilling life. Dr. Sue also has a gift for you, a free practice to help you begin to embodying this sense of consciousness and caring in your own life. And when you're ready to go deeper, scan the QR code on your screen for your copy of The Power of Caring. It also unlocks an exclusive VIP session with Dr. Nader and gifts from many of today's speakers. And this is just a glimpse of the healing and embodiment we're exploring today. And now let's hear another unique perspective on the power of caring as we welcome our next speaker. A beautiful reminder that healing begins from within. Our next presenter has transformed the way millions of people think about money. Ken Honda is known as Japan's Zen millionaire and the happy money guy, not because he teaches people how to accumulate more wealth, but because he teaches that true wealth begins with the heart. Ken Honda is a global best-selling author whose books have sold more than 9 million copies in over 30 languages. Please join me in warmly welcoming Ken Honda as he shares wealth and the art of caring.
Hello, hi, Bob. Thank you so much for introducing me. I'm so honored to be here supporting Dr. Nader and his organization. And I'm going to share with you just a little bit about my background and also about what I teach and share. So I've been an author for 5 years, and I am addicted to reading books. And later on, I got this healthiest addiction I could think of, which is book writing. So I write everywhere I go. I write on the airplane, I write in the car, I write almost like taking a walk. So I've been publishing one book every 2 or 3 months for the past 24 years. And I am so happy to share what I know about happy money. My father is a successful tax accountant, and he started sharing with me about how to make money, how to accumulate wealth, and also later on I met this beautiful mentor who's called Warren Buffett of Japan. He was once a major shareholder of more than 100 public companies in Japan, and his teaching was very unique because he said money is just energy flowing in your life. So if you can appreciate both money coming in and going out, your life would be very different. Because by appreciating money coming in and money going out, that means that when you spend money, also say thank you to the money for staying with you. By appreciating the money energy flowing in your life, you can start appreciating your life, which is welcoming new energy and also letting go of money energy without any stress. So his teaching transformed me into an author, and later on I became an international best-selling author because I learned how to appreciate what happens in life. So I always ask people, what kind of energy is flowing in your life? Is that happy energy flowing into your life, or is that unhappy energy flowing out of your life? I call it happy money and unhappy money. So happy money is money that makes you smile when you receive it, and unhappy money makes you irritated and frustrated when you are dealing with it. So it depends on the energy flowing into your money and out of your money. And also make sure money becomes your best friend, not your enemy. So that is what I have taught. And the other thing I want to share is money has 3 states. One is ice, and the second one is water, and the third one is air. If you're living in a cold world, money gets frozen, and then it's pointy and it's not fun to hold on to it. And if you're living in a better environment, money becomes water that flows in your life. But if it's too much, it becomes flood. And if it's too little, it becomes a drought. So the ideal situation with money, I think money becomes air in your life. And I sincerely hope that money becomes air in your life. You don't care how much money or air you breathe in and breathe out. And so it's like abundant of energy. So to do that, you need to have your different mindset about money. And you need to increase your income a little bit more, and also you need to cut down the cost. By doing that, you save every month and you have little stress, and eventually you find financial independence emotionally and energetically. That's what I teach.
Thank you very much, Ken Honda. Now it's my pleasure to bring back Dr. Tony Nader into this conversation. Dr. Nader, as I've said before, is a Harvard and MIT trained medical doctor and neuroscientist. He is a best-selling author. He's of Consciousness is All There Is. He's also author of the new book that's just coming out this week called The Power of Caring. And
Yes.
I'd like to bring in Dr. Nader to comment on what you just said.
Amazing book. I've read it many times.
Thank you, Ken. Amazing to have you. Thank you for your quote in the book and
Thank
your
you.
success.
Thank you so much,
Wonderful,
Dr. Nader.
wonderful to be with you. And the topic of money is something people care about, all of us care about, because money, of course, represents something that we can buy, something that we can have. And it's so beautiful to see how caring about money as an energy, as an instrument, is very important. Also, I mentioned before, but the power of caring, the term power, is in terms of energy. Not the power to control, not the power to be, on top of people or other things, but the energy of caring, the energy that brings caring about, and the energy that caring brings to us. And one of the aspects of our life is caring about money, and I have a chapter about that. And I want to ask even your opinion about this, because in the chapter I say that I ask people to look at the receipts that they have at the end of the month, because what they care about is what they spend their money on. Sometimes they do it in a reflex way, sometimes in a unnatural way, in expectations because of advertising, because of impressions they got. And this is where the caring is not fully conscious caring. Conscious caring is to be able to know what you're doing and do it in a way that is authentic, that is realistic, that is in terms of what the needs are. And it's very interesting that money is a very powerful factor in terms of what people have cared about during a month. And instead of just remembering, because our minds tend to kind of forget and imagine and interpret things, which is neurophysiologically something that has been studied, where we are sure we've done something, or we are sure we put our attention on this or that, or that's what we really care about. But one way they can actually trace what they've cared about in a month is to look where they have spent their money. And when they go through that, maybe it'll give them a sense of a conscious awareness of where their interests are. And I'd love to hear from you your feeling about that.
Yes, Dr. Nader, I think you're just setting it so beautifully. I agree with you because we tend to feel the money we spent is like almost like our physical part gets ripped off. So the less money in a bank account feels a little scary. But if you focus on what we exchange with, could be food, could be fun experience with family and friends. So we exchange beautiful time with money, so we didn't lose anything. So the fact that we're in the flow of happy energy gives us a good feeling. And I think I've really enjoyed your book. Actually, every chapter, not only the money part, but and I think more you care about more care about the world, I think the world is kind back to you. What would you like? What do you think, Dr. Nader?
Absolutely, I'm delighted to hear that, and it's so beautiful how, the things we value and we forget, but we look at the money. But now, if we, as you say, look at it and say, well, that's what I got. It's not that I lost something. It's
You're
wonderful how you have framed it and how you have done it. Another aspect related to that is people think in terms of having more and having more, and that is they don't know what is the purpose of life and living, and sometimes they associate it with the potential of what they can use based on how much money they have. And therefore, the more I have, the more I can get things. But they start forgetting the purpose, and they live with the idea that having more is what is important. And I like usually to highlight that it's actually being more that is important. It's to be more. And sometimes when we have more, we feel we are more. That is fine. But not mixing the two values of having more versus actually growing oneself and being oneself more. And more in what? In consciousness, in awareness. Because consciousness is where we experience everything, where we experience love, where we experience feelings, joy, and happiness. It happens through our awareness. And so by expanding our awareness, we are really getting more happiness, more fulfillment. And having more can help, but that is only a means rather than in itself an end.
Yeah, so beautifully said. You know, I come from a Zen background, and we always ask ourselves, how can we satisfy ourselves more with less? So we always ask ourselves, can we satisfy with less money and less of everything? And I think Zen monks end up having very little and very, very happy. But we are living in a world of capitalism. So I think we need basic phones and basic needs. So we don't need 4 or 5 houses or many different cars or vacation homes. But I think with our cost rising, we feel a lot of pressure, even though we make a very decent life. So I think your book, Dr. Nader, is going to help millions of people figure out what we already have, and what we need more is not just money or material things, but it's more about caring for yourself and also caring others. So I was reminded of the importance of loving you more from your book. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Amazing.
Both of you, if you would comment on this, there's this in the world, there's one time I heard someone say this maddening rush towards, greed, towards wealth, towards more and more and more and more and more. And people get thrown off, they lose their balance, their perspective. And yet at the same time, Dr. Nader, you and Maharishi talk about how it's the natural tendency of the mind to be drawn to something more satisfying. And in fact, that's at the basis of transcendental meditation, where that desire for more gets turned within, and then you're just drawn inward to that field of more than the most. Curious if you would comment on that. And then Ken, that beautiful Zen proverb, I'm sure you've heard it, which is the word enough is a feast. When you know that you've had enough, you can always have more, but you're okay where you are. So Dr. Nader?
Yes, all happens, appreciation of life and happiness, which is part of Ken's title. Happiness is lived in consciousness and awareness. And if the awareness is clouded, then the happiness from anything cannot manifest itself. And I'm sure Ken will say, because he has researched that money does increase happiness gradually to a certain extent. And after a certain amount of money, there is something more that is needed. And that is revealing the importance of the ability to be the owner of the money and not to be owned by the money. So to be free from the ownership of being owned, but to be the master of our destiny, the master of our situation, and to choose properly what to do based on an inner feeling of health and wholeness and calm, as Ken beautifully explained about the Zen monk who doesn't have any physical, because there is, as you said, Bob, enough. And the enough is a fulfillment and the sense of contentment. So there is something to say about the inner value of life and how it manages and conducts the affairs of life on the material level.
And Ken?
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Nader, for that beautiful sharing. I also look at life in a very similar way. So whenever I achieve something, I try to sort of brush it off. This is nothing because everything goes. Money comes and goes. So what matters is the only thing, did I serve people 100% today? At the end of every day, I just ask myself, did I just serve some people with my gifts? And if I did, I feel happy and go to sleep. And if I didn't, maybe I'll just write 1 more hour and then feel complete. So that's how I function. So instead of measuring yourself with how much money you make or how much you have, it's more of how much you can share. And I think that's the essence of Power of Caring in your book, Dr. Nader.
Beautiful, you are beautiful.
So we have
Great
time
wisdom.
for one. Yeah. So we have time for one more answer from each of you. I go back to your title, Ken, which is your talk on wealth, gratitude, and caring. And could you just address each one of those? I'll start with you, Ken. Each one of those. What is wealth? What is gratitude? What is caring? In summary.
You know, when you are in appreciation mode, you are naturally caring and also appreciating what you have. So, and that is invisible wealth that you already have in your heart. So those three are like in one package for me.
Beautiful. And Dr. Nader, you've written and spoken about how consciousness, the field of consciousness, is a field of abundance, infinite energy, infinite power, infinite intelligence, infinite beauty, love. Talk about consciousness and wealth.
Consciousness is what is the basis of our thinking, because how much we are aware, how wide is our vision, our appreciation, our perspective, how many things we see, how broad is our comprehension. That is consciousness. And when consciousness is expanded, then we have at our ability and at our disposal the possibility to create whatever we need, and we have the proper balance of decision making, exactly as Ken has taught and has written in such a beautiful ways, how we can manage our life, how we can manage the wealth so that it's abundance, that it's like air, it's there, you breathe it in and you let it out. And that is on the basis of an expanded awareness. That is the basis of proper thinking. And it's proper thinking that is the basis of proper action. And proper action is what creates achievement. And achievement leads to fulfillment. So when we look at the source of abundance and possibilities and creating wealth and being able to enjoy it, we look at the source of it, and the source comes from within. And the broader is consciousness, the broader is awareness and comprehension, the more is purposeful and target fulfilling thought, action, achievement, and fulfillment.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you very much.
You.
And
That's
I want
so
to,
beautiful.
yeah, any last word there, Ken?
You know, once again, I feel so honored to be able to be here. I feel so inspired and I feel enlightened. So I hope those of you who are interested in Dr. Nader's book, please just pick up on Amazon and other places. You feel so inspired, lots of wisdom, and I feel so inspired. So thank you so much for that. Arigato.
So
Arigato
beautiful.
gozaimasu. Thank you so much. You are so generous and so caring for the world and for all that is good, Ken. It's wonderful to meet you. We are honored to have you.
Ken,
Thank
you
you
have
so
a
much.
beautiful, beautiful heart. Just a beautiful heart. So time is up. I want to thank you, Dr. Nader, and I want to thank you, Ken, for that refreshing discussion, penetrating discussion about wealth, gratitude, and consciousness. And I also want to say, if today's conversations have inspired you, you'll want to continue exploring these ideas. As Ken just mentioned, Dr. Tony Nader's new book, The Power of Caring, is available on Amazon. And also, I want to say that healing meditations, just 20 minutes a day to shift you from worry and scarcity into abundance and trust. Right now is the perfect moment to scan the QR code on your screen for your own copy of The Power of Caring. It also opens the door to an exclusive VIP session with Dr. Nader, along with gifts from many of today's speakers have generously prepared. And that's just a glimpse of the gratitude and abundance we're exploring today. Coming up next, get ready for another extraordinary voice in our program. That insightful message that you shared with us, that true wealth begins from the heart. So I'm very happy to present our next presenter, who has spent more than 40 years reminding people of one profound truth, that love is not simply an emotion, it's a way of living. Through her books, teachings, and humanitarian work, Marianne Williamson has inspired millions of people to move beyond fear and reconnect with the deepest qualities of the human spirit. As Marianne says, in a world that often encourages us to protect ourselves or withdraw, choosing to care is one of the most powerful acts of love. Marianne Williamson is one of the world's most influential spiritual teachers and best-selling authors. 4 of her 17 books have reached #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. Please join me in warmly welcoming an exceptional human being and a very dear friend, Marianne Williamson, as she presents To Love is to Care.
Thank you so much, Bobby. You know, that exceptional human being and very dear friend part is an entirely mutual sentiment. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak into the listening that is going on here. The 3 words you used at the beginning were love, care, and courage. And discerning what sometimes the difference among those 3, I think, is extremely important. It's easy enough to just feel something, but what I've learned, not only in terms of my behavior towards other people, but also in terms of other people's behavior towards me, is that it's not enough to care if you don't demonstrably make that obvious. I remember many years ago, somebody who worked for me, and it was an apartment that we had rented across the street from the apartment where I lived. And it had something to do with, believe it or not, cassette tapes. We're talking about decades ago. And he made some comment that just stopped me in my tracks. He said, "We're over there working on the tapes, and it's like nobody even cares that we're there." Well, I'm embarrassed to say, a little, ashamed to say, it not even occurred to me how important it was that I simply crossed the street enough to let him know how much his work mattered. Now, most people would say, well, that's just, anybody should know that's just good management. Yes, it is. But I think we all need to be reminded of this. I have met spouses who lost the husband, lost the wife, and said, "You know I care. You know I cared. You knew I loved you." And the person who left said, "Well, actually, I saw very little in your behavior that demonstrated to me how much you care." So I've learned in my own life that it's not enough to care. You also see this in political issues. "Oh, I care about the environment. I just don't want to get political." "Oh, I care about children. I just don't want to get political." "Oh, I care. I care." It's easy enough to say I care. But the 3rd word that you used, Bobby, was not just about caring and love, but about courage. And I think when it comes to some of the larger issues that are facing us as humanity right now, it takes sometimes courage to actually demonstrate that you care. Because to demonstrate care in certain situations these days may or may not make you popular. Particularly today, and certainly in the United States, where everybody has such divided opinions, and people are afraid, well, if I demonstrate my care, I might be canceled. If I demonstrate my care, I might be criticized. And people are so afraid of protecting what we have. So I think courage is an extremely important word to include in that conversation. One of the things also, and that I think is primary to all this, has to do with children. We're all aware that with small children, you need to show them how much you care. You need to build up their self-esteem. You need to ask them, how was school today? You need to care what is going on in their lives. And then somehow we fall into the illusion that there's a certain age in which people don't need that anymore. But the truth of the matter, I'm reminded of the Victor Hugo line that anytime you meet anyone, remember you are in the presence of a great war. The human heart is fragile. Life is hard, particularly today. People are living with tremendous amounts of stress. And to show that you care, once again, show that you care, I think is as important if you're dealing with a 40-year-old as if you were dealing with a 4-year-old. I read a study once, and this had to do with a lot of the work that went on in the last few decades with the encouraging mentorship, Big Brother programs, and things like that. And these were these studies that were done with young people. And they found that the number one element that would influence how well a child did in school would be if even one adult, and the sort of at the time considered radical information revealed in the study, was when the study showed it did not have to be a family member. It didn't even have to be someone that the child knew outside that context. If even one adult spends 1 hour, 1 hour a week with that young person, just showing how much they care. How'd you do at school? What happened this week? How were your grades? Did anyone care? I was thinking about it. 2 moments, we all have, particularly as we get older, these moments in your life that you remember. And I remember there was a man named Mr. Depperschmidt. Mr. Depperschmidt was the father of two girls who were my friends at that time. I was a young woman at this time. I was in my 20s. And I remember he came to visit. I was living in Los Angeles and he came to visit. And I remember his asking me what I was doing. Just asking me what I was doing and what my dreams were. And I've never forgotten that moment, how much it mattered to me. I remember a moment that my father said something that was just like lit me up. So we have done so much. There's been so much studies in brain research. We've done so much study of people who are part of the incarcerated population. How many of them we talk about, childhood risk and childhood trauma. And sometimes it wasn't just that they went through a trauma, but that no one showed that they cared about the trauma. So I think of care and the idea that we must be proactive. Bobby, I sometimes think about how we ate, how, the average American diet, like when I was young. And somebody would have a steak on their plate. I grew up in Texas. There would be a lot of steak on your plate. And then there would be parsley on the outside. And people at that time thought you want to eat your meat, you want to eat your steak because that'll make you healthy. And the parsley is mainly, decoration. Well, now we realize that the parsley is filled with all those vitamins, and too much of that steak will endanger your health. So I think that care is obviously more than just a Hallmark card. Oh, I want you to know how much I care on your birthday. It's something that I think if we are conscious and seeking to live from a conscious life, we incorporate into the way we treat people. It's not enough to feel it. And sometimes it's small, it's like, how are your children? How are your kids? And then sometimes people say, thank you so much for asking. I've seen it a lot with sometimes when someone dies and nobody will say, how are you? And then I'll say, sometimes when that happens, I'll say to somebody, why didn't you mention it? And I'll say, well, I didn't want to bring it up. Like what? The person isn't thinking about it. The truth of the matter is someone just saying, I'm thinking about you. I know it's been a tough time. How are you doing? And I want to finish this. It's interesting because I hadn't thought about this until now. It has to do with the Transcendental Meditation movement. There's a woman who runs and please forgive me because I don't remember her name at the moment, a lovely woman who runs it's a hotel, spa, connected to the movement place in Fairfield, Bobby. And when I ran for Congress and I
Garage.
lost, pardon?
Candace Badgett, the Raj.
Candace.
Yeah.
And after I'd lost the political campaign, I went there. And there was a note in my room. And I have never forgotten this because the note said, something like, I'm so glad you're here. I hope that while you are here, all your sadness can fall away. I never forgot that. Life is hard. And the more we don't just care, but show that we care, makes a tremendous difference in all of our lives. Thank you.
Beautiful, Marianne, and thank you for sharing that intimate feelings. I'm very grateful now to bring Dr. Tony Nader into the discussion. Dr. Nader, for those of you who are just joining for the first time, is a Harvard and MIT trained neuroscientist and medical doctor who, and a best-selling author who has dedicated his life, professional life since college actually, to the betterment of humanity, the whole world. And I'd love to ask, and he's the author of this new book that's just out called, I have it here, called The Power of Caring, Who Cares, Why It Matters, and How Conscious Caring Creates a Fulfilling and Connected Life. So Dr. Nader, I'd love for you to comment on, and start off by commenting on Marianne's words.
It's a joy to be with Marianne. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for truly describing the power of caring, the power as a nourishment, the power as a health promotion, the power of making life better, the miracle of caring, if I may use one of your words, that is so profound and that goes so far. And, you know, as I was listening to you, I felt, because you use these words also in terms of consciousness, in terms of love, in terms of caring, if I may say that consciousness, when consciousness flows and when consciousness recognizes the another as oneself or part of oneself, that this is really love, and love is the recognition. So that recognition of the other as oneself, this is what we call love, because love, from my perspective, and I know from your writings and all you have been talking about, is to see the other as oneself. And so that recognition of another as oneself is love, and care is what flows from that recognition. And that flows in a natural way from the inner being, from the inner self. And that is a power that is very real, not a power of control. You talked about politics and different aspects. It's a power of uplifting, power of nourishing, power of creating harmony, power of removing fear, which is an illusion, as you also so beautifully present in your writings and teachings, and that the reality is something more, that there is coherence in life if we go back to the self and see within oneself how we can see others as part of our life, part of our being, and then the caring flows and creates ripples. And that small acts of care, as you beautifully highlighted and given examples of, can go very far in healing and making things better. And that care is not just a sentiment, a feeling, but also care is a verb. I have actually a whole chapter in the book which is called Care as a Verb, or Caring as a Verb. And there is a story there which is a real thing. There was a grandma that was looking after her, grandchild, who told her, "Grandma, I love you so much, I love you dearly." And the grandmother says, "What are you going to do with this love?" And it explains that, the little one, the child, wondered what's going on. And that was a lesson for them, that love is also something we do. Care is something we do. And in few words, you enlightened that about caring. Thank you for raising these points and for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that when we talk about such a subject in an event like this, it feels like common sense. But it's important for us to recognize, I think, that we're living in a world where or at least many of the major cultural attitudes actually mitigate against caring. There are huge trends in psychotherapeutic communities that have more to do with building walls than with removing walls, almost indicating that it's a sign of mental health in certain situations not to care. And this has caused terrible damage both inside people, inside families, much of the estrangement, family estrangement, and obviously in the world. So I think everybody here knows how important it is, but I think for us to recognize the subtle and not so subtle ways that we are tempted in our world today to think somehow it's more of a sign of mental health to keep our hearts, if not closed, at least hidden. We are all so concerned about what we're not getting. They didn't even care. They didn't give me this. I think of all the times when I was in therapy, and once again, this is not an anti-therapy conversation because the same kind of spiritual revolution is going on there. But when I think of how many times people ask me about relationships, Marianne, are you getting everything you need? And how few times somebody asked me if I was giving everything that I have to give to the relationship. We're so concerned, am I not getting the care that I need? And I think sometimes we need, in fact, all the time, we need to be monitoring ourselves and monitoring those we love. How much are you demonstrating care in the life of the other person?
It's so beautiful, and I feel with your work and what we're talking about and coming along together on that path, we have science that is actually coming to support more and more the importance of caring, that we are wired to care, that our whole system changes when we care, and that the giver actually receives as much as the receiver themselves in terms of actual reduction in inflammation, feeling connected, the parasympathetic vagal tone being balanced and creating effects on blood pressure, on heart rate, secretion of hormones, and that all of this is, brain even coherence and synchronicity with others. So I think we can look forward to a time when people will realize that this is not just beautiful spiritual inspiration, but even scientifically healing and producing some effects that are very powerful. And, people have been maybe misunderstanding the what I call in the book the carrying, the over-carrying, which leads to being burdened, which leads to burnout, because one carries the load, and that's not the idea. And that the idea is that we have to care for ourselves, and we have to give conscious care without having to overload ourselves with necessarily the sentiment that is overloading our feelings and creating the physiological reactions within. So we can differentiate between walls and boundaries. Walls are walls, and they never get you anywhere. Get you in isolation, get you separated. But putting some boundaries, would you agree, is also helpful in terms of how much we can expand ourselves in carrying and then not be able to actually care, because we're carrying the world's problems, we're carrying everybody else's concerns, and instead of carrying them, maybe we have to consciously look at what the situation is, and you use the term discernment, and with proper discernment, be the action that we can do, or do the action that we can create that is most useful for the situation that is in front of us.
Well, of course, what you're discussing there is the difference between appropriate love and care and codependency. But I think the pendulum has swung so far in the direction of people being afraid that any show of love will be codependency. I actually had the following experience. I was teaching a class online, and a woman said that she had gotten a phone call from her mother, and her sister had cancer, and her sister was going in for psychotherapy, not psychotherapy, for chemotherapy. So the woman in the class uh, got in the car immediately because her mother said she has to immediately go in for chemo, and she was driving to be there for her sister and with her mother while her sister was going through chemotherapy. So the woman says, and then when I was halfway there, I realized, oh my God, here I am doing it again. This is total codependency. And I turned around to go home. And then, listen to this. Everybody in the class went, yay, I'm so proud of you for taking care of yourself. And I said, you all just received a pop quiz and you all failed. This is insane. It is insane. What just happened? A woman's sister is going through chemotherapy. She's going to be with her family at such a time. And what psychological BS has convinced her that that's just codependency? And in order to quote unquote take care of herself, she has to turn around. And this was very interesting because the whole class got it. The whole class, like, it was like waking up from a spell. The whole class got it. She told me later that of course she went back, but everybody had joined in. It's like a social contagion in certain circles. The other thing I want to say, and I think we've all seen that, like somebody saying, well, I have to take care of myself. Sometimes, part of the greater spiritual wisdom is the level on which there is no difference between you and others. And in taking care of others, we are doing, as you said, what we're hardwired to do. Obviously, there's codependency. Obviously, there are appropriate boundaries. Obviously, sometimes love says no. But at least let's start from the idea that even if you do set a boundary, it's out of love, right? The other thing I want to take on that you said, you made some point that, this is not just ancient spiritual wisdom, this is brain science. Well, on one hand, you're the head of a large spiritual organization. On the second hand, on the other hand, you're a neuroscientist. And I would think that you would agree with me that we've known this stuff for thousands of years. So this little upstart called Western scientific materialism comes and verifies what we're saying. Oh, thank you. So it's not just, we don't have to, I think it's important that we not apologize for the fact that there are people who've known this for thousands of years, right? How it's lovely. It's lovely that people can see that the brain lights up. It's lovely that people can see the scientific evidence. But I just think it's important that we not apologize for the fact that we are from traditions that have known this for thousands and thousands of years. I'm glad you got to the party, but the truth of the matter is the party's been going on before you got here.
This is so wonderful. I'm really delighted to hear this, of course, you can imagine. And besides, maybe we can reframe it as caring for those for whom science has become a religion and has become a dogma, and then letting them also themselves know that, okay, you want this language, it's a different language, but this has been known for thousands of years.
Yeah, it is important. I mean, the late Dr. James Doty. Bobby, you knew James
Yes,
Doty.
he's great. Yes.
I heard him say once that they used to think that the brain was the intelligence center of the body, and that they've now found a kind of highway, right, between the brain and the heart, and that it is that partnership that is the intelligence center of the body. And obviously the partnership between brain and heart is the intelligence center of any life and of civilization itself. And, Martin Luther King said, power without love is reckless and abusive, and love without power is anemic and anemic and weak, he said. So we need both.
Dr. Nader quotes that all the time. So so we just have time for one last comment from each of you. Marianne, you wonderful person, what are your thoughts?
Well, in the Course in Miracles, it says that an idea grows stronger when it is shared. So that to me is the value of our being here today, and the value of the fact that you have so many people, obviously, who are listening to you, Doctor, who will read your book. I think that we are living at a time when it's like two parallel universes. One world is crumbling, but another world is trying to be born. And it is the evolutionary imperative for our species, if we are to make it past this extraordinary moment when the collective behavioral patterns of the human race are so malfunctional, not dysfunctional, malfunctional, as to represent peril to our own survival. Obviously, the evolutionary potential, sustainable option is greater compassion, greater love. And so I'm just glad to be here with both of you, who I greatly admire. And the more we talk about it, there's going to be somebody, if our conversation today and everything that you're doing here even gives one aha to anyone, then we did our work. And I was glad to be with you for it.
Dr. Nader?
Well, thank you again for joining. It's so wonderful. I second all that you said. And just to highlight one aspect is that we live our life through our consciousness, and the carrying is what we carry also in our awareness. So if you're going to see your sister who has chemotherapy, it's not the physical part that is the exhausting part. It's how you approach it mentally. Are you so anxious, so wanting to control, so out of your depths that you are all jittering, and that's what we call caring? Or are you settled within, rested within, clear within, and then your action flows in wholeness and fullness, and you can be running around, being there, talking to people, truly caring consciously and fully, and yet be free on the level of your mind and consciousness. And that's what Marianne actually teaches, and that's what we teach in Transcendental Meditation. Go back to the self, be established in that field of pure being, and then you can come out and drive things to the highest value without getting overwhelmed or exhausted.
May I add one thing? What I have seen, I guess I knew it intellectually, but it's only been in the last few years that I've seen it, really recognize it. If you are doing something with a consciousness of love and service, because I think really the care we're talking about is service, you are aligning yourself with the universe in such a way that better things will happen in other areas as well because of it. It's always for yourself. In the Course in Miracles, it says you become generous out of self-interest. Because
How
You want to
beautiful.
comment? Pardon,
How
Dr.
beautiful. How beautiful. I think
No.
it says it all. I don't want to say more.
Thank you so
Marianne
much for
Williamson.
having me, guys.
Marianne Williamson, I just get to say something. I have been listening to you and loving you and appreciating you for decades. Your talks, the way we interact with each other, the way you interact with others. Dr. Nader, this is a woman who embodies conscious caring. Every fiber of her being radiates conscious caring. And I was so happy that Janet Attwood and Wendy Zoller arranged for you to join us. I think this message is quite transformative. And so thank you very, very much for joining us. And I want to say that one of the beautiful things we've discovered throughout today's conversations is that caring takes many forms. It can be expressed through compassion, courage, forgiveness, gratitude, or simply the way we choose to meet one another each day. If today's conversations have inspired you, I hope you'll continue the journey by picking up Dr. Tony Nader's new book, The Power of Caring. It brings together science, timeless wisdom, and practical tools for living with greater connection and fulfillment. Simply scan the QR code on your screen to purchase your copy. You'll also be invited to join Dr. Nader's exclusive live VIP session immediately following today's extravaganza. We'll have the opportunity to ask your own questions in a more intimate setting. In addition, you'll receive a remarkable collection of bonus gifts from many of today's speakers. Marianne Williamson is offering the Divine Collection, a beautiful series of videos centered on forgiveness, love, and inner transformation. Dr. Sue Morter is sharing Fully Alive. She gently reconnects you with your body, your breath, and your deepest inner wisdom. And now we're delighted to welcome our next featured speaker. Thank you again, Marianne, for that always incredible and illuminating conversation. What a beautiful reminder you gave us that caring is never just an idea, It's something we experience, practice, and share. Each speaker today is building on the previous, helping us see this extraordinary subject through a unique and powerful and enlightened lens. Our next guest has touched millions of lives around the world, not through lectures or books alone, but through the universal language of sound, the universal language of music. For more than 35 years, Debra Poneman has invited millions of people from every culture and every walk of life to discover the peace, healing, and connection that arise to the simple yet profound practice of sacred chant. Throughout today's program, we've been exploring caring through science, gratitude, and human potential. Debra reminds us that caring can also be experienced beyond words. Through sound, stillness, and shared voice, we quiet the mind, open our hearts, and reconnect with the deeper field of consciousness from where caring and compassion naturally arise. For those of you who are familiar with transcendental meditation, it's worth noting that the sounds and chants you're about to hear are a different practice from the personal mantras used in TM. David's beautiful chants are a shared musical practice, while a TM mantra has no meaning associated with it and is used silently and effortlessly by each individual as a vehicle for transcending, for experiencing their own innermost self, the field of pure consciousness. Both in their own ways help open the door to stillness. In the next few minutes, you'll experience something different. Rather than simply hearing ideas about caring, you'll be invited to feel it. Grammy-nominated musician Debra Poneman is one of the world's leading chant artists, whose music has inspired millions across the globe and brought the timeless practice of sacred chant into everyday life. Please join me in warmly welcoming Debra Poneman.
Namaste, namaste. I'm tuning in from Costa Rica, and I would like to invite us all to just take a few deep breaths, because that's really the basic fuel and the basic space that we need to tune into when we want to share our love, you know. And it's I feel it's the basis to come from a space of being at home in ourselves, and from there we can then go out and like care, give care, see where help is needed. But first we need to be centered, we need to be caring for ourselves. The Om is really a caring for ourselves. I was so happy to be invited by the Nader for this event, because it's I feel it hasn't really had enough attention at the subject of caring and of compassion. For me, compassion and caring it goes hand in hand. I would feel like if we are in a way that things are difficult for us, if we do things for other people, there's a sense of uplifting that happens, you know, because we are more tuning into the bigger picture. But to be able to do for other people, we need to come from a sense of wholeness inside, and that's where the meditation comes in. That's where mantras for me come in, because for me, mantras are the quickest way to sit in silence. It feels like almost like cheating sometimes. I sing the mantra, and so quickly I can tune into this silence that must be there all the time, but I don't exactly feel it maybe all the time. So coming back to ourselves, and then from there, ready to look around, where am I needed? What can I do? What feels aligned with me? And then also, where does it come from, the helping and caring? Does it come from a feeling of being centered, or does it come from a feeling of wanting to be needed or duty, you know? So that's also very important, that we feel our motivation, and that we can only feel really when we are in tune with ourselves, which meditation helps us with. So that's my little inspiration, hopefully. And I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Nader, for bringing us together and for shining more light on this, especially in this time.
Thank you, and I'd like to welcome back Dr. Tony Nader. Dr. Nader, would you like to comment on David Pramal's beautiful conversation?
I want to thank her for being with us. She's a great voice of well-being and silence and caring in her chanting, in her singing, in her music, and her voice from her heart, one can say. It permeates life through sound and rhythm and coherence and well-being. And caring is something, as she said, that comes from an inner ground that is deeper. There are different levels of caring, can be reflex caring, as she beautifully said, also performance caring or obligation, and can also be an emanation from somewhere deep within us that is totally natural, that flows in accordance with life and living. And that's what she expresses. So it's a joy to be with you, Deva.
Beautiful, beautiful. It's an honor to be with you.
Deva, you said that that stillness is the basis of caring. Could you elaborate on that just a little bit? That inner calm. People may say, no, but caring is an active. That's where you're giving. You're out. You're you have to give of yourself. Why do you say that that stillness or quiet is the basis of caring and compassion?
I mean, I don't feel we can really help anybody if we come with a very restless mind or restless being, because that brings stress. It's that simple. But if we can tune into our own deep breaths and also into the trust of the bigger picture, we are there to help, but there's a bigger picture going on which we don't have any idea of, and to let that come through, what's needed, we need to be somewhat still or somewhat receptive to an inner guidance. How are we moved to help? How are we showing up? Sometimes showing up is not doing anything, I think also. Sometimes showing up is just being there and not fixing, not helping in a sense of doing action. So to discern that and to be in tune with that, we need to be like a hollow bamboo, like where the divine plays the divine song through us, and to be that hollow, we need to be still.
So, Dr. Nader, you're a neuroscientist as well as a medical doctor. Is it stillness? Is there a neuroscientific explanation why? And you also talk about it's not to care more, it's to care better. So how does that tie in with what David just said about sometimes doing nothing is the best caring, and to also be that hollow vessel for the caring to flow through us? Could you comment on that?
Yes, I guess she meant also presence. That's what she used in terms of presence. Presence has a level which is also on the level of consciousness, on being. Human beings interact not only through speech and action, but also through the sense of true presence. And true presence is not a jittery, anxious, controlling value. It's something that comes from inner stillness, so they rejoin each other. And from the flow of life on a settled level. When I discuss caring, I talk about 3 levels. One is wired within us, even genetically, and therefore when we care, we have oxytocin that is released, we have dopamine. The oxytocin is the bonding hormone. Dopamine is that which encourages us to do it again. There is the parasympathetic system that calms down the heart rates, the blood pressure. So even the act of caring itself is wired in us. But when we are stressed and strained, we are acting from a level where it's more reaction, more reflex, rather than taking into consideration the situation in which we are and directing the care in a proper way, in a constructive way, and also in a sustainable way, not to get ourselves burned out. There is also caring, which is a performance, which is happening because we were told this is what you should do under this situation. And therefore, we do it also like an obligation sometimes. And sometimes that also carries a load. But when we care, as great Deva saying, from the inner ground, from the presence, from the being, from a conscious caring, where we are able to evaluate the situation, evaluate what our own contribution can be, then we are caring more sustainably and more profoundly. And both the giver and the receiver benefit from that physiologically, neurophysiologically, and of course, at the human level in terms of the outcome of the caring.
Any thoughts on that, Deva?
No, I think it's yeah, I totally agree.
So can you tell
Yeah.
me that I go back to Dr. Nader and then return to you. Dr. Nader, can you talk about what it is about sound or hearing sound of all the senses, touch, taste, smell, sight? What is it about sound that can create that stillness more effectively than the other senses, or just as effectively?
All senses, when we are always wanting to see something beautiful, to taste something beautiful, to touch something supportive, because they give us a sense of balance and wholeness. And as we evolved, sounds were very important to protect us from dangers from a distance. And therefore, there are sounds that are indication of something happening, that is a communication on a level which is not on direct touch or taste or seeing, but on a distance level. And there are sounds that have evolved to reassure us that things are well, that we are in harmony with nature. And if we take it to a much larger level, there are vibrations of nature, how consciousness emerges as sound, as Deva chants a lot of the Vedic sounds, and the Vedic sounds are cognitions of how consciousness reverberates itself. And so there are tunes and sounds and rhythms that correspond to our physiology, to our physical structure, that tune our physiology back into coherence. And so sound is very profound because ultimately energy and vibration and reverberations are the basis of the emergence of something on the physical level, which means from the non-physical consciousness, the vibrations and reverberations of the field of consciousness, which in physics they call the unified field, if they are organized in tune with nature, in tune with our own nature, it's like tuning a piano or tuning a guitar. There are certain things that have to be at a certain frequency in a certain sequence. And that's why we all vibrate with those sounds on a deep level. And they give us coherence and reassurance and a settled feeling. And so sound is definitely, particularly when it's in tune with the most basic levels of nature, is very nourishing, nurturing, reassuring, and expands that inner level, which allows us to feel secure and act from that level of happiness and strength that we can share with each other on the level of what we are calling caring.
Yeah, I often feel like we are like in India there's this instrument, the ektara, which is the one string. And I always feel the vagus nerve is that one string, which gets activated by humming and chanting, and that's what brings the relaxation and the rest, the grounding. And And also, you know, the tuning in with each other. For example, if we care for somebody who is if it's a one-on-one caring, you know, to bring humming into the picture, you know, to start the day with 3 ohms together, or just humming without awe, you know, just to be in tune with that person and to align the vibration together. It's so powerful, and it's beyond the mind. It's beyond belief system. You know, and it's immediate because vibration is so strong. You know, it just tunes us to a very harmonious oscillation frequency. Yeah.
You just said something that I thought was telling when you said it's beyond belief system, Deva. Have you found in your studies other traditional wisdom traditions, other wisdom traditions that have similar recitations, chanting that produce a similar effect as what you're doing with Vedic chanting?
I mean, personally, I love to draw upon many different traditions and their sacred songs, and we don't call them mantras, but in a way they're also mantras. So absolutely, there is so much power in all the different religions, how they convey that with sound and song. And personally, I'm always drawn mostly to Sanskrit, and also Sanskrit being the mother language. It just feels like home. But I also feel even English, you know, when we sing English mantras that are uplifting, that will tune our field as well, you know, because also just the act of singing itself is so healing. And then to bring something positive into that by an intention, and the intention, of course, is voiced through the meaning of what we sing. With the mantras, I feel like you don't really need to know what they mean, because it's so strong. They just do their thing, just like sound medicine, that we don't have to understand, you know, the ingredients of every pill to be able to benefit from its ingredients.
We have just thank you very much, Deva. We just have time for some final comments. Dr. Nader, anything you would like to add about this beautiful discussion on sound, sacred sound, and caring and compassion?
Sound is nourishing. It's nourishing the body. It's nourishing the mind and the feelings, all levels. And that's why, you know, mothers or parents, they sing songs to calm the children. So that means it's already something in our physiology, in our makeup, genetically, that there are certain lullabies, certain hummings that calm the baby, even who doesn't even speak, doesn't necessarily understand, but who is guided and nurtured by that. And this continues throughout life, and different levels of music and sound, particularly those that are in tune with the reverberations of consciousness itself, the field that appears as one field, that appears as many on surface level. And so there is a profound caring that happens, because when you care, you do something good to the other, you do something good to yourself, whether supporting in certain situations, whether through speech, which is also sound, you tell them something, it has a meaning, or your presence, your physical presence, and your smile and your support, or through the nourishing power exactly of, you know, maybe food, maybe things like that. But here sound is really on a very profound level, and harmony is caring and on a profound level also.
Final word, Deva?
I feel like just a deep breath and an om is really the best way to end our little togetherness here, and to bring us to the next speaker and the next offering.
Okay, let's do it.
Yes. Let's take a deep breath. Om. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Nader. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a lovely rest of your day, evening. So I want to thank you, Dr. Nader, and thank you, Deva, for that beautiful gift of sound and stillness. One of the themes that you've heard throughout today is that caring takes many forms. Sometimes it looks like compassion. Sometimes it looks like courage. Sometimes it looks like deep listening or a shared piece of sacred music that opens the heart. If today's conversations have inspired you, you'll want to continue exploring these ideas. Dr. Tony Nader's new book, The Power of Caring, beautifully weaves together science, timeless wisdom, and the practical tools for living a more connected, compassionate, and fulfilling life. It's both deeply inspiring and remarkably practical, and we encourage you to pick up a copy and continue this journey long after today's event. If you'd like to continue the journey immediately following today's program, simply use the QR code to purchase your copy of The Power of Caring. You'll be invited to join Dr. Nader for an exclusive VIP session and receive access to the bonus gifts generously provided by many of today's speakers. Now, let's continue our exploration of the many dimensions of caring as we welcome our next guest. Coming up is a very special conversation with Colette Baron-Reid and Dr. Tony Nader on gratitude and compassion. But first, a heartfelt thank you to you, Debra Poneman, for that deep exploration of sound and stillness. Our next presenter has spent decades helping people deepen their relationship with intuition and inner wisdom. She's inspired people worldwide to trust their own guidance and live with greater purpose. Colette reminds us that gratitude isn't just good manners. It's a daily practice that opens the heart and creates the conditions where real compassion and caring can flourish. Colette Baron-Reid is a best-selling Hay House author, internationally respected Oracle expert, and founder of the Oracle School Experience. Please join me in warmly welcoming Colette Baron-Reid as she shares how the rehearsal of gratitude restores our humanity and compassion to care.
Thank you, Bob. I'm so excited to be here. I am a humongous fan of Tony Nader and his work, and I was sharing before we got on camera about his last book and this new book here, which the first book when it came out was really groundbreaking because it was a subject about consciousness, and this book took this further, his recent body of work, about caring, because caring is not a theory. Caring is an action, and consciousness is one thing. When we discover that consciousness is fundamental to all of life, and we are, if you imagine that consciousness is the fundamental aspect of all of life, there's consciousness even a blade of grass, but us as human beings, consciousness needs us. If you imagine that this world needs us to become aware of itself too, and we are part of this consciousness, whether we are aware of it or not. It's always there. We're made of it. But we lose our capacity to care when we are engaging in fear, in separation, in polarization, which is that small self, that ego self. And so I've spent my entire career showing people how to have an experience with consciousness. How can you speak to this conscious universe and have it respond back to you and reflect back to you that you are not alone, that you are witnessed within itself because you're part of it, because we see ourselves as separate and we're built that way. I don't know why we were built that way. It was just like this whole life experience is to me sometimes really confusing. Like, why don't we know this innately when we know this when we're born? But what I discovered, I'm also an artist, and I have a book out called The Art of Manifesting. And part of the research that I did for that, which was, I'd already experienced for many, many years and showed people how to experience consciousness through oracles, through divination, through having a medium, an intermediary that could actually prove to you and have evidence that there is something going on. And right in that, there is an innate all of a sudden you become more caring because you have been witnessed. You're no longer alone, and the capacity to care comes to you more naturally then. So it's always been top of mind for me, because the life that we choose is, if we choose it only based on our materialist need, like this is really post-materialist science, and we look at consciousness as fundamental, and we're starting to believe that, and more people are talking about that, but we don't experience that. If we can't experience it, then it's theory. We don't really know it. And so gratitude became a really, really interesting point, that if we rehearsed gratitude when we draw, right? So when we take a pen and we draw on paper and we engage the full body, so we have an embodied experience. And everybody has that moment in their life where they have experienced a combination of gratitude and awe. And for me, awe, the reverence that when we are exposed to something so much greater than us in the moment, and being at the same time grateful for that. For example, if you've ever had a baby, I've not had a baby. My experience with awe and gratitude comes when I rescue a dog, and I realize the dog rescued me. And in the moment I lock eyes with that animal, I'm like, oh my God, in this moment, there is the consciousness with a capital C. I also call it source with a capital S, or God. It doesn't really matter for me that there is a divinity in consciousness that is nothing religious. It's not a religious thing, but in that moment, I am part of. And kindness, caring, compassion comes immediately, because I am now with this being, with this animal, for me. But people experience it when they have babies, or when they see nature. Another friend of mine experienced that when she went to the Grand Canyon. I'm terrified of the Grand Canyon. I cannot go close to the edge without having a panic attack. So when she told me that, thought it was like pretty wild. But she was like, I was right at the edge, and I felt that I was one with the world. And this sense of being part of something huge that you may not understand, I think, is the essential piece that is missing, that experiential piece that we can never take away. So I ask all of my participants in the drawing, in our drawing classes, like, okay, I want you all to start rehearsing the moment. Go back to that minute when you smelled your baby's head for the first time, or me, it's puppy breath, right? Or, somebody else, it's the sense of freedom or liberation when they've had their first apartment. Like, you go back to that moment where you are in awe, that, wow, and synchronicity is typically part of that as well, too. You don't know why in that moment you are feeling such awe and gratitude. So you rehearse that feeling. You go back to that moment. And you go back to that moment and you just draw circles. And circles are the most benign scratch a human being can make, because we know innately that a circle is benevolent. It is benign. It is life. It is endless. It is something that is life-giving. And you just draw it, and your arm is engaged in the drawing of that. And then it is an embodiment. And when you embody a sense of gratitude, you immediately feel that sense of, now you look at the world through a different lens. And I think that this particular book is so needed right now, Dr. Nader's book, because there's a quality that we are lacking so much right now. And I know that when we're in fear, we lose the sight of caring and compassion, because we become very, very focused on self-preservation. And that's against all odds. It's dog eat dog. It's me against you, all of those things. And that's actually being trained in us right now. I mean, you just look at the news. It's this conditioning that's going on socially right now is really quite frightening. And just sitting there with gratitude and awe brings you back to that sense of, oh, I am part of something. I feel this. It's not just an idea that consciousness is fundamental and that it is in me and I am in it. Therefore, I should care, because that's the point of it. If you already know consciousness is your fundamental part of your being, you should automatically know that, but we don't automatically know that. And caring is so much more than just something between me and something else. It is a state of being. And I think that when we rehearse gratitude and awe, we come into caring in a way that is really profound, because it makes us stop, because then we become responsible. You know, there's a quality of responsibility in caring that isn't just in the moment that, oh, I should be nice, or I should be caring, or that gratitude has something to do with manners, you know, at the table at dinner. You know, that's not it at all. It's an essential part of being human. Our humanity right now is at stake. And so these simple exercises that I teach, you know, and then working with oracles as well, that's also been something. You know, after we do the gratitude exercise, we say, now let's see what does the universe, and we call it the conscious universe, you know, reflect back to you right now. What do you need in order to navigate the day, the next 24 hours? So that's another thing that I really believe in, staying in 24 hours, you know, not looking too far past even the next minute, being present, being in full presence. And that is also, you know, that idea of rehearsing gratitude as a place of bringing yourself back to a very vast sense of presence, present moment awareness. And it's not going to be all the time. It can't be. I've never managed to do it. I'm sure Dr. Nader has done it with the TM for long periods of time, but my capacity to maintain a sense of that knowingness, I do it daily, but it's not all the time throughout the day. I lose it. So it's like that spiritual narcolepsy where I'm going to fall asleep at the wheel right in the middle of feeling so deeply spiritual and connected to all things. And next thing you know, I'm like, somebody, you know, took their car in front of mine, and I'm yelling at them how spiritual I am. You know, the human state of awareness is going to be in many things. It's the full catastrophe, like John Kabat-Zinn's book is called, The Full Catastrophe Living. But I think it is essential for all of us to find ways. There's so many different techniques to tune into caring, but there is a bridge that's missing. You know, the idea is great, but few people know how to get there. Outside of, you know, meditation, of course, is something that really helps you and gets you to a place where you're less likely to act out your character flaws in that day. But I think that we need a more profound, because of the amount of conditioning and how much is being put into that negative conditioning in certainly in media right now, more and more polarization. There has to be some kind of active bridge beyond that, outside of it, which is why I started the drawing. You know, we did all this research on it and how it can impact, you know, when you actually draw and rehearse gratitude at the same time. It is an extraordinary bridge, and it does change your entire your cascade of good feel-good hormones. You know, your whole brain changes. It really is pretty spectacular, and you can measure it. It's scientifically measurable, and we do need that. I think we need to have the proof for people who are very intellectual, but I think for me, it's experiential is my number one priority. And with all of that said, I would love to segue to talk to Dr. Nader, see what he has to say.
So Dr. Tony Nader, thank you very much, Colette. That's beautiful and enlivening and relevant. I think people are thinking back, what can I do? What can I, particularly when you were talking about that experience of awe, which I'll come back to later. I'd like to bring in Dr. Tony Nader, who is, as those of you who've been watching this know, is a Harvard and MIT trained medical doctor and neuroscientist. He is a best-selling author of Consciousness is All There Is, and now soon to be best-selling author of The Power of Caring. He's also the head of the International Transcendental Meditation Organization in over 100 countries. So Dr. Nader, your thoughts on Colette's exposition?
Well, I have thoughts and I have feelings. First, the joy. Thank you, Colette. Thank you. And, you know, you're lovely, and it's lovely to be with the fellow Hay House authors. It's really wonderful. And I really so much appreciate this returning back to these moments of peace, moments of inner harmony, moments of awe. And it really shows us how caring flows naturally from these levels. As you expressed it, caring is not what we do necessarily, it is what we are. And it is what we are when the noise is quiet enough for us to notice. And that is what happens in these moments. In awe, we just awe. It's called awe. We are taken. That means the noise has quieted, and then we can notice there is that inner sense of settling in and feeling at home. This is what you mentioned, transcendental meditation, and this is what it does. It brings us back to that settled state, which is often experienced as moments of awe and moments of natural gratitude, because we feel belonging to something so great when we leave the noise and the smallness and we go to this level. And in fact, the world does not lack caring people. It lacks caring that lasts. And that is what you mentioned, it's moments that happen here and there. And so together with art, with what you're doing, with your wonderful personality, your writings, we will inform people that caring can last, and that is based on an inner ground. Didn't have the occasion to talk much about caring and art, which is an amazing level of, thanking the creation for giving us the ability to see beauty, to experience it. And it's a joy that when we have you to think about it as caring. Art is caring. When the artist does, and you have to tell us more than I can.
Well, I will tell you. So the painting behind me, I wasn't planning on talking about this, but there is 1,100 prayers on this painting behind me. So every mark, it's dots. These are called prayer dots. So I lose myself. So what I do is I ask people to send in their prayers on my social media channel. And I've made quite a few of these prayer paintings, and I just dot and I stand there and I just say the prayer like a mantra, but I'm completely gone by the time of it. And it is about, recognizing the suffering. So I think you can't care without knowing that there is suffering. And you must know this. You must know it and identify it, and not pretend that you're going to ascend it in any way, or not to stay in it either, but to acknowledge everyone. We all come from different places at different times, and our prayers are beseechments in a way. Most people write, oh, I want this or this. Where it comes at the bottom line is they need to be witnessed and heard. And that's because when people don't feel they're part of, they feel disconnected. And so caring, they feel like no one cares when it's personal. But what you're talking about is caring in a much more mega, transpersonal way, where, sorry, my computer is doing some strange things today, but this transpersonal that happens also for us as artists. Like when I fall into a painting, I'm there. That took me a week. And there is 1,111 prayer dots on that painting. And it's all about caring. It's like, I am there as an instrument of caring, right? So, and then when you allow yourself to be that, then in my case, the end result was a painting, right? So art becomes an intermediary. And I think that when you talk about TM and also finding the transcendental meditation, and I say when I teach the drawing mechanism with gratitude and awe, that is a form of meditation. And as you know, as a medical doctor, I'm kind of shy because I'm a total nerd, and we did so much scientific research for the book about neuroscience. And as soon as you came on camera, I went gulp. like, well, you know what I'm talking about. But it's like the sense of your body changes. Everything changes. And when you no longer feel like you're against something or that you're separate from something, caring becomes innate. And so rehearsing a state of caring, right? So that is what we do. We rehearse a state of caring. So your body recognizes it. When your body starts to recognize it, you know the reticular activating system of your brain is going to go look for that evidence in the outer world. And the outer world is consciousness, and we are in that consciousness, and it's going to reflect back to us. Like the runway is going to light up for us. It's just that no one knows how to do that, really, right? We're taught other things, that we have to go for things. But now is so crucial that our states, that the state of being, that there are ways to rehearse a state of being that may not be meditation, for example, right? It might be art as meditation. It might be a different form of that release of ego, the sublimation of the ego, where the greater self can present itself, and it already knows. It already knows, and it comes in compassion, and compassion is the out picturing of that. It's the action, right? But caring is a state of being, exactly the way you said.
Wonderful. It's so beautifully said, and gives us the chance to talk about art as caring. And it is, beauty is caring. You have on the street some bench that is, ugly and not right. It's not caring. You clean it up, you paint it, you make it nice. That is caring, that is soothing, because there is harmony, there is, value and the forms and structures. You reminded me of Plato also, who said that there are these ideal forms. Yeah. And Marci actually himself spoke about different structures, like the circle, exactly as you said, represents that wholeness, represents that fullness, represents that immortality, that continuity. And so, when I see this from an artist who feels it, expresses it, and cares to show it and to do something with it, and when I see it from, a sage, a person who has spent their life teaching about transcending and meditation and wisdom, and they come to the same conclusion, this is by itself a scientific kind of information and cohesion and thinking together. So it's so beautiful.
How do you see, though? So I've read your book, and it should be a movement, is what this should be. I don't see your work, especially I loved your last book too, that it's needed now. It's like medicine for the people now. So how do you approach people when it comes to like a system that you might have? How would you approach that for people who are feeling so separated and so disconnected because they are being trained either by their algorithms? I mean, we're being shown what to buy, what to think, what to do, who to vote for, what kind of news we see. You know what I mean? So how would you bridge this using your concept of caring?
One is honestly, and that's why the book has been written, because I've seen so many people care in an improper way, but wholeheartedly, and then get overwhelmed, get burned out, can even in trauma. And I've seen people who face caring and then get disappointed, and they retract, they get isolated, they become avoidant. And so I've also seen caring people who has been very sustainable. And in every case of sustainable care, it's those who have depended on an inner ground rather than on reflex caring or even moral obligation of caring. Right. So as you exactly express through arts, through inner awe, through direct inner transcending and experience of the self, then one can, from that platform, can act, and even starting with simple acts of care, and know that they ripple and create waves that can go much beyond what they imagine. So caring doesn't have to be changing the whole universe or the whole world at once. Even daily small acts of care and trusting life and letting go, even without attachment to the results, although one wants to have the best results possible, but doing the thing and watching the ripple flow. So education is very important. That's why there are books. That's why we have these discussions, so that people are opening their awareness to something so powerful, which is also, I call a technique. I call caring a technique of for overcoming isolation, overcoming loneliness, and one has to know how to do it. That's why there are guidelines and instructions. And there is also that inner ground that one can nurture through different ways. I am, personally used to transcendental meditation, and I know it has been proven scientifically in so many ways. So that's why we recommend it. But of course, there are different ways, even taking a few minutes morning and evening, asking oneself, what is mine to do today? Or relaxing, letting go, just sitting in a chair, let the shoulders drop, and don't try to solve problems. Even let yourself be, experience being, and then some light will come gradually. And so there are these techniques that are real and effective in getting us out of isolation and into connectedness and living a more fulfilling life.
And I think
We have time for one each of you to make final points. So go ahead, Colette.
what I was really happy about in your book, where you talked about codependency, which tends to be, we tend to use that as a badge. We burn out as a badge, right? Look at me, how caring I am, which doesn't work. That's actually the opposite. Sometimes caring means to be without, like saying, I don't know how to help. So I'm like allowing someone else to experience their own life path. I think that's there's a clean way in which you present that in this book that I think are really, really valuable. And maybe one day I'll teach you how to draw.
I'd love to. My daughter is her passion. She's at the school in Boston learning painting and all of that. And
Perfect.
I can't draw well at all for some reason.
No, well, you don't have to. You just need to know how to draw a wavy line in a circle and know how to practice caring as a state of being and draw the circle, and you will feel it more often.
Beautiful. I look forward for the lessons.
Dr. Nader, final comment?
I think it's wonderful. Thank you, Colette. It's amazing to be with you. And maybe one overall comment is that we are one consciousness wearing many faces, be it humans or non-humans. And when we live as though we know that, everything changes. And thank you, Colette. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. And I would just like to conclude by saying, to me, what was so fascinating, because we actually have, you both spoke shorter than I thought you would, so we have one more minute, and that is the word awe. Is so fascinating because right now in cognitive science, they're exploring what they call it the new science, everyday science of wonder, the everyday science of awe, and that we as human beings have lost that experience as a genuine, experience. We know surprise, we know fear, we know these different things, but we've lost because of stress and modern life, looking up at the heavens, you don't see the Milky Way at night. So we've lost, and they say that experience of awe nourishes, absolutely sustains and nourishes our consciousness. And without it, it's lacking. And what is that experience of awe? Unboundedness. Unboundedness. And Dr. Nader speaks so eloquently in his books and in his lectures about how that unboundedness can be experienced outside, but can really be appreciated once we experience the unboundedness inside, to those transcendent experiences of meditation that can then be the basis for transcendent experiences in art and everything and relationships. So I was very inspired to hear you two wonderful people talking about awe and how we can access the inner awe in order to appreciate the outer awe, and then life becomes far more fulfilling. So I would like to thank both of you. Any comment though, Dr. Nader, on that last thing?
That's beautiful. It's beautiful to end on this moment of expansion through, ecstasy, but in a most healthy
And I want to say again that Dr. Nader's book is now out, The Power of Caring. Who cares, why it matters, how conscious caring creates a fulfilling and connected life. I really appreciate your kind words about it. Colette, your description is
Great book.
absolutely,
Everyone needs to get it.
everyone needs to get it. And it's available through Amazon. And Dr. Nader wanted me to say that 100% of the author proceeds from the book will go back into bringing meditation and these programs and approaches to make a better life, a more satisfying life. And now we're delighted to welcome our next featured speaker as we close today's remarkable program. But first, Colette, thank you for that beautiful reminder that gratitude restores our humanity. Our next presenter has devoted his life to helping people awaken to their highest potential. Through his teachings, writings, and the global community he has built, Michael has inspired millions, I think tens of millions, to discover that true transformation begins within. Michael is founder and spiritual director of the Agape International Center in Los Angeles, a global community dedicated to recognizing, honoring, and nurturing the dignity and uniqueness of all people. Please join me in warmly welcoming Reverend Michael Beckwith as he presents Caring as a Catalyst for Transformation.
It's my joy and my honor to be with Dr. Tony, particularly since he has allowed this book to flow through him in such a way at this time in human history that is so necessary, in which anxiety and anxiousness is running rampant, and the dark specter of hate and separation seems to be proliferating the consciousness of humanity to a degree, not totally, but it's very prevalent in our newsreels and in our social media. And so the power of caring, I think, is timely, even though what he's talking about is timeless. It is timely what he's putting out. And we talk about developing the state of being, of caring. We're talking about a powerful identity shift. It is not merely a moral virtue caring, it is actually a transformational technology that comes from a shift of identity. When we begin to no longer merely self-reference, think about ourselves only, words like me and mine that are dominating our perception, my family, my neighborhood, my nation, my country, etc., that develops a strong ego barrier. When we begin to move into authentic caring, the ego softens and we move from ego to essence. We begin to, because of our shift of identity, we begin to see the so-called other as an extension of ourself. And whenever we have an identity shift, that's also an expansion of consciousness. We talk about consciousness a lot. What is consciousness? It's pure awareness. That's our real identity. But when we're self-referencing to me, my, we actually shrink our consciousness. We contract it, and we come into a level of service, a level of not just kindness, but real caring, which moves us into a state of an empathetic vibration that leads us to a state of compassion, which I reference compassion as the very highest form of love, because it is often the understanding of the lack of understanding. So you're not agreeing with anyone, you're actually living in a different state of awareness. So at this time in human history, there needs to be more dialogue and more practice around caring. As I indicated, it's a transformational technology that allows us to see not merely with our eyes, because consciousness preceded form of the eyes. We could see and we could hear, we could see the invisible and hear the inaudible before we took form. And so we begin to see the so-called other as an extension of ourselves. And it becomes generative for all parties. That's why I label it a transformational technology. Now, we have a tendency to practice this, obviously at Agape, in a large scale of sacred service throughout our community, throughout our larger community, not seeking to proselytize people to come to agape, but we seek to just open ourselves up to being an act of tremendous caring for others and tremendous love, tremendous compassion to break down the barrier of separation. And that's the only impetus that we do that on a community level. And at the same time, we seek to perfect our loving in our human incarnation, because that's the only thing that we're going to take with us is the activity in our consciousness of how well we have loved, how well we have cared. That's the only thing we take. There's nothing else that you can take with you when you leave the incarnation other than your expansion of your consciousness around the sacred qualities of love, compassion, caring that divides the seeming sense of separation. And so this is timeless and it is timely. Now, how do we do this? At least two ways. One, we have to bring back into our culture a level of deep listening. Listening has kind of gone out the window to a certain degree. And people are rushing to speak while others are speaking without listening. So there's no essence to essence touching. There's no listening underneath the words of each other, catching meaning. When we listen to each other underneath the words and catch meaning, a connection happens. And we're able to understand each other beyond what words can convey. And so one way to develop our caring is also to develop the capacity to listen, to hear each other, to hear the meaning of what individuals are trying to communicate beyond the words that they're using, because words sometimes have different meanings. The other way that we could develop more caring is just to practice small acts of service throughout the course of the day. Is asking ourselves, I like to ask myself, and how can I serve today? And the universal presence by law will bring into your atmosphere ways of service. And it doesn't have to be monumental big things. We find ourselves helping each other along the way, whether it's in a supermarket, whether it's crossing the street, whether it's just being in traffic and you're consciously blessing the beings that are around you driving rather than thinking you're in some kind of competition to get somewhere. Small acts of service and the desire to listen and hear what others are saying moves us from ego to essence. It moves us into an expanded awareness. And there are certain pinprick breakthroughs that take place that allow us to feel and to see that we are united, emanating from one source, emanating from the light of lights, emanating from the presence that is never an absence. And so I think we've been kind of globally hypnotized to go for some kind of personal success as it is described in particular cultures. And we have to break free from this hypnotic spell, and that we have to move from personal success to a larger understanding of what success is. And real success is to be spiritually mature, to come to an awareness that we really are emanating from the same source of all creation, that there's not a lot of races on the planet. There's only one race. That's the human race, that has different ways of expressing the same way that flowers in one's garden have different species, so to speak, but they're all flowers. We're all one race. And so I think caring as a transformational technology, the other thing that occurs that has been shown in research projects, that if one is caring for another and other people witness the caring, they begin to have a transformation as well. If a person witnesses a good deed, if a person witnesses someone caring for another, whether it's live and in person, or whether it's on video, something happens to the witness. They see someone caring, And suddenly there's a heart-brain coherence. There's a vagus nerve activation. There's a expansion of awareness, just witnessing caring that helps that individual perhaps make a choice about caring along the way. So caring is not a sweet sentimentalism. It's a dynamic power. Thus, in Dr. Tony's book, The Power of Caring, I think that word power is absolutely necessary because there is a power in it. And I think at times people consider words like love and caring and compassion as weak, but actually, in terms of us being a vibrational being, lifting our frequency, the octave of such vibrations of love and caring are way more powerful than hate, way more powerful than ego strength, even though you must develop your ego to have a healthy ego in order to be of service and to be of caring, because you can't give from an empty well, and you can't give if you don't have some level of self-worth and self-love. At some point, we are here to actually care for each other. And as Ram Dass once said, we're here to, walk our way home with each other, to walk each other home to that wonderful state of consciousness, love, empathy that leads to compassion, generosity of the heart, and so much more. So I think caring is a state of awareness. It's a vibrational state that leads to unfolding of the perfection that's already within us, to the next stage of our unfolding. If there's no state, there's no unfolding of stage. So state precedes unfoldment of the next state, of the next stage, I should say, as we are consciously participating in our own unfolding. Listening, small acts of service, and the inner desire to care. And so I think that's where I'll leave it right now.
Thank you very much, Michael. I really appreciate your words, the passion with which you speak them, and the vision that you present. And I'd really like to now welcome Dr. Tony Nader back to comment. Dr. Nader, as many of you know by now, is an MIT and Harvard-trained neuroscientist and medical doctor, best-selling author of the book called Consciousness is All There Is, which is very relevant to many of the points you were just making, Michael, and the author of the new book, The Power of Caring. He's also the president of Maharishi International University. So I'd love to have Dr. Nader comment on Reverend Michael's wisdom.
Reverend Michael, it's really an honor. It's great to have you, to be with you, and to listen with you, and particularly as a closing of this day of thinking and planning and inspiration about caring and the world and what it can do, because your speech really puts together what everyone else has said, puts together the fullness of the book in a few words, from theoretical, if you like, in a sense of worldview perspective. What is reality? What is consciousness? What is the world we're living in? How do we relate to each other? And a practical perspective of how to do it and how to take an attitude towards it. And so my comments are just a reflection of gratitude and acknowledgement of your work, of the agape, of the coming together, of the being together, which really is reflected in all the traditions around the world when we look deeply into their essence, as you have seen and as you have brought together, that there might be different words, different languages, but ultimate truth is one.
Yes.
And even from physics perspective, we find that today even physics has glimpsed a unified field at the level of the reality, which must be consciousness, because that is the field that is expressing itself in our life as being, because without consciousness, nothing has any meaning. And so that field of consciousness is the one field that expresses itself as many on the surface. And all that we do, all actions that we do, they are done in a way to the self, in a way to our own progression and growth and expansion of being and expansion of consciousness. And you've put it so beautifully. So it's like through acknowledgement of your work, gratitude to what you're doing and to what you are teaching and how you are helping transform the lives of people who come to you in presence, in love, in what you call one life, one being. And so we meet on so many levels, actually on all levels, so deeply, that it's a joy to be hearing you and to know that ultimately truth is one, although expressed in different traditions in different ways, and that you have put it together in such a wonderful way.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tony. It's my joy being with you. And I think that we're both keenly aware that when an individual arrives on this planet through a human birth, they arrive within a paradigm, a point of view, a perception that they had nothing to do with creating. And oftentimes their thoughts are shaped by others. And I think the work you're doing, the work we're doing, is reminding people that real thinking doesn't even occur until they realize that they're in a paradigm of somebody else's thinking. And then through meditation and through inner exploration, whether that comes through crisis or insight, people begin to see that they've never really had an original thought until they've escaped that particular paradigm. And so any sense of separation, any sense of hate, any sense of racism, any sense of superiority or inferiority, lack of worth, is coming from pre-digested thought forms that were here before we arrived. And so the work that you're doing, the work that we're doing, is seeking to wake people up, to have some level of practice so that they wake up. So that I like to say that the work we do, meditation, is really a jailbreak. We're really breaking free from an inner mental jail so that we can just truly love each other and truly care for each other without thinking that as we're caring for each other, we're losing something. Ego will say we're losing something, but our spirit is saying we're actually expanding our awareness of our oneness with each other. And the joy and the bliss, the ecstasy that comes from that is beyond even description, as you know. So I think that what you have offered for us at this time is golden and it's necessary for people to dive into it, have some level of practice so that they can escape their limited point of view that in many cases, if they don't have any idea, they weren't there to create those thoughts.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Just living them.
Wonderful. Transcend could be a word. Go beyond, so can you see the wholeness from a distance rather than be mixed up in the parts. And the beauty of the times we're living is that there are such great luminaries as you are, and how science has started to understand that this is not just a feeling that is on an emotional level, as you said, sentimentality or like that, but these practices, these ways of thinking are documented scientifically to create better health, greater well-being, and to be truly well in one's life. So it's not at the level of, suffering or sacrifice as much as it is at the level of creating wholeness, creating peace, creating well-being, and healing from the wounds, and overcoming anxiety, overcoming depression through connections, through wholeness of life being seen as the great contemplative traditions and the great spiritual traditions that you have so beautifully connected and put together have been teaching. And today we have this advantage of being able to see it under the microscope almost, with electroencephalography, with checking, blood flow and cortisol levels and changes in heart rate and heart rate variability, and all the hundreds of scientific research studies done, for example, on transcendental meditation and all these contemplative ways that actually show us that objectivity and subjectivity, that the highest spiritual levels are meeting or are being met, because they were primary, they're being met by science today, which has a system, it has a tradition of how to examine things, and it is finding the beauty and perfection of these powerful, as I was so, inspired and happy to hear your comment on the term power, as a true power, not just some soft sentimentality, but some power that can change lives, that can heal, and that can also transform society into a peaceful society through the ripple effect, through the consciousness effect. So it's really a joy to be living in this time.
Oh, absolutely. We've lived long enough to witness that which was called woo-woo years ago is now called science, as you've just said, evolutionary biology, epigenetics, quantum physics, all speaking in their language what the mystics have been saying for thousands of years. Consciousness is primary, and we didn't come out of matter. Everything came out of consciousness. And as we are expanding our consciousness, our awareness of that which is real, yes, wholeness reveals itself, health reveals itself. What the world calls miracles happen, not out of some fantasy, but out of that which is real and eternal. And now, as you've indicated, science is now corroborating these sacred truths in their own language. So it's allowing people a bridge to come into what the mystics have taught for thousands of years, that this is not fantasy, this is reality with a capital R. And as one gets this little pinprick into reality, it changes their life forever, because what they see, they can't unsee. What they felt, they can't unfeel it. And it becomes a part of a drive within them to wake up. That part of them that's already awake wants to come up and express itself, and they get to participate in that. And so I'm honored to be with you. I know who you are, and I received my mantra when years ago when it was $25. And I still use it.
How fabulous. Yes, transcendental meditation has been also in the center of my life. And now we are also speaking about, as you mentioned, a technique. It's a technology. To love is a technique. To care is a technique. It's a technique of self-development. People want techniques to strengthen the muscle, so they do some exercise. But there are techniques that strengthen wholeness, that strengthen peace, that strengthen happiness, that strengthen well-being. And I was so delighted to hear you in your first, few words mentioning it's a technology, it's a technique to do it, which is not just an emotion that you have to feel out of obligation, out of moral thinking, that I have to do it, but it's an imposition, but as a technique for self-development, for wholeness, for well-being. This is wonderful.
Yeah. I think, we're at the end of an old kind of evolution, where we evolve based on external conditions. And what we're talking about here is conscious evolution, where we are participating in our own unfolding through technology and in inner embracing of what we're meant to be. And it's not just going to happen. We have to participate in the happening. And that's why the technology is so important. We're actually not waiting for some change to occur. We're actually participating in our own unfolding so that we are the change. We are the transformation. We're becoming more ourselves. Just as you indicated, if you want to develop your muscles or something, you may do a particular exercise. You may want to develop your physical flexibility. You may do a particular yogic posture or some type of exercise. But we have to have certain spiritual technologies in order to allow who we really are to begin to unfold. So we transcend what society says we're meant to be. I mean, what we should be, and we're able to embrace what we're meant to be, because each and every one of us carries that spark of divinity. We're meant to be awakened beings, celebrating that we already have everything and we're here to give it. We're here to circulate it. We're not here to get anything other than to circulate that which we really are. And so the idea of participating in our own unfolding, I think, is extremely important through the technologies that are at hand.
How wonderful.
Bob, you're muted.
I would like to, sorry, I would like to weigh in here just for a moment. Michael, you were talking about these times and these dark times, and the reality is Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, who introduced transcendental meditation back in 1958, you learned it a decade or so after, and Maharishi selected Dr. Nader to be his successor, which was, highest honor, and for myself as a 50-plus year meditator, I'm thrilled about that. But Maharishi one time said that it's during dark times, he used the word, maybe you've heard of Kali Yuga, which is sort of a dark time. He said that's actually the best time, because you go from dark ages to all the way to the golden age or Sat Yuga. Kali Yuga is the best time for an individual to gain enlightenment, because a human being looks for light. And when there's no light outside of us, when it's dark outside of us, we still have this unquenched, this giant thirst for light, and we turn within because we're not finding that outside. And so he said, this is really the time when when the inner light, like if it's dark outside, everybody discovered they have to turn on the light in their homes. So I think this is a time for huge rise of consciousness and so many millions of people to ultimately gain enlightenment.
I absolutely agree. I always teach that people have a tendency to go to a deeper level of practice when they're in a crisis or when they're in a moment of darkness. I noticed that, as a spiritual community during that particular time a few years ago when they had the lockdown of healthy people during the pandemic, so many people, within 3 months, 1 million more people started tuning into Agape during those particular times. They were looking for an answer. They're looking for somebody that was speaking reasonably without anxiety about the issues that we were facing. And absolutely it's true. When it appears to be dark, people have a tendency to desire the light that's within them and to almost by any means necessary discover it. And then we just want to encourage them to remember, have a level of remembered radiance that when it appears to be no longer that intense, still keep your practice. Don't use your practice as a 911 call. Use your practice as 411, as you're going for deeper learning and deeper information and a deeper expanded awareness of that which is true. But it is true. In the darkest of moments, people have a tendency to turn more quickly. And people have a tendency also to grow faster during those apparent dark times. The fluff is gone. That which is innocuous, that which is not important in one's life seems to fall off, and what is left is what's important. And the focus is more acute on that which is important. So growth happens at a lot faster rate.
Sadly, we're coming towards the end of our discussion. I'd like to thank you very much, Michael, that it's such an honor for me to finally, after all these decades, hearing about you, to hear your words and see you. as a former California boy. But Dr. Nader, your final comments on Reverend Michael and your thoughts going forward as we conclude this amazing extravaganza?
I feel like the points you brought, Bob, and that Reverend Michael has so beautifully elaborated on, not only in his last few words, but also for us today, but also in all that he said is, part of the impetus of why this book, The Power of Caring, has seen the daylight. And that is because there are these big questions that people ask about who cares, does anyone care, does the universe care, is there somewhere that someone cares? And they ask these questions during difficult moments where they turn around and they wonder why this happened, why this doesn't happen, and actually is there just chaos and randomness, or is everything completely predetermined and structured, and therefore we don't have freedom to act or decision making to do, so what's the point after all, etc. And having faced these questions during those times, this was my inspiration to say that everyone cares, that we care, that it's basically within us, only we have to awaken it from that conscious level and go back to the self, as Michael teaches and says, as Marishi has taught us, water the root to enjoy the fruit, going back to the self, and then see how caring moves effortlessly, how caring comes as part of natural growth and evolution, as the force of life, as the energy, as the power of being. And so it's a great delight and a great honor for me to be with such a great luminaries as Reverend Michael, and on this path contribute what one can to create light when people feel that it is dark.
Absolutely. And I just want to say I'm grateful and thankful and honored for the invitation to be with you, Dr. Tony. I know who you are and what you represent, your consciousness, and the fact that Maharishi did not make a mistake. Maharishi was inspired and to put you in that position. So I'm honored to be with you, and I look forward to other conversations that we can explore together.
Absolutely.
It's very
my
meaningful.
honor.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Isn't there a term, guru bhai? Do you know that term, Michael? A brother in service to the brother or sister in service to the path, the guru, the teacher, the universal wisdom. I'm in the presence of guru bhais here, the two of you, really sharing a real vision and decades of devotion and compassion and energy and wishing the highest good for the world. So it's quite
Absolutely.
a thrill for me, quite a thrill for me.
I just say one more thing, and that,
Sure.
Because of the newsreels and things of that particular nature, we see the darkness so prevalent, but there's so much light on the planet.
Yes.
So many beautiful beings on the planet. Most of the people on the planet don't want to kill and steal and rob and hate. Most people aren't there. Majority of people are still wanting the basic things of life, to be safe, to have food for the children, to have a place to grow and unfold. And I think that what we get to do, Dr. Tony, is we get to represent so many of the beings who are absolutely longing for a greater expression of life from their own soul. And it may not get on everybody's algorithm all the time. You might get, the darkest negative things going on, particularly in the news, but there are so many beings that are waking up. So many beings that are waking up and seeking to explore divinity of their own being, regardless of culture, as you said earlier, regardless of how they were brought up religiously. There's so many people on the planet. And I think that love and caring, those frequencies are way higher than the frequencies that are produced from a sense of separation. And so I like people to just live that sense of, it's not false optimism. You know, real optimism is not denying there are challenges, but a real optimist is aware there's a solution to everything. And as we continue to expand our awareness, the more and more of the people who are on this path will make a big difference on this planet. It's happening now. I feel it in my mind.
Grand and beautiful. Great honor and joy and delight to be with you.
So thank you very much, Reverend Michael and Dr. Tony. It's an extraordinary session, a perfect crowning to this day, this extravaganza of celebrating the power of caring. And again, I want to make this point that if you want to continue this conversation, then I encourage you to read Dr. Tony Nader's book, The Power of Caring. It's actually entitled The Power of Caring, Who Cares, Why It Matters, and How Conscious Caring Creates a Fulfilling and Connected Life. And I think it's really important for everyone to know that 100%, Dr. Nader is donating 100% of the author's proceeds from this book back into this knowledge to enlighten people so that caring becomes the norm in our world. So you can go to Amazon.com, and a huge thank you again to you, Reverend Michael. And I don't have enough words to appreciate you, Dr. Nader. So this has been an extraordinary day, crowned by an extraordinary conversation. So thank you both very much, and thank all of you for joining. And let's, as they say, let's carry the conversation and caring forward.